Okay, on that note, good morning. Welcome to Breakfast and Dragons, where the characters are made up, but the trauma is real.
Truth.
So, a couple announcements before we get started today. Those of you that keep watch on our Twitter already know about this, but we have a special Extra Life one shot that's going to be airing Tuesday, March 9th at 7 p.m. EST. It'll be a 310 to Eberron, a train heist one shot written by yours truly, starring at least 3 people in this chat right now. Oh, yeah. 3.
Counting. Numbers and stuff.
1, 2.
Also,
It's hard to math this
One.
morning.
tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sunday, March 7th, Gabriel will be interviewed on Eve's World Building Instagram. Gabe, do you want to say anything about that real quick?
Yeah, Eve is a fantastic cartographer based out of Valencia, Spain. She is a fantasy cartographer specifically. She did the map for one of our other streams, the Thrain running campaign. She is a fantastic human being who has asked me onto her live chat to discuss using maps specifically in the context of running a D&D or RPG game. So it'll be a lot of fun. It'll be 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 7 p.m. if you're way over there in Spain, like she is. And it'll be a good time.
Awesome. Okay, with that and no other announcements, we will dive right into Breakfast and Dragons and where we left off. Those of you that saw the last episode, the party uncovered a lot of lore about what's
big lore drop.
Yeah, big lore drop on things that are going on. With the secrets that are going on throughout the island. Derek's uncle apparently left him a journal after seeing a vision of the future and the past.
He didn't tell me any of this shit.
On top of that, one of the island inhabitants did not have a good reaction to having his emotions given back. The party had to talk him down a little bit.
I had to put him to sleep, let's be honest.
Coming into the end of last episode, Oliver woke up from a nightmare. So did Larissa. So, as we begin today, Larissa, as you bedded down for the night within the Inn of the Seven Bells, you wake up again, but you're not within the island and you're not around your companions. You are cold, and you are in a very frightening, familiar place. Around you, you can hear the sounds of whistles blowing and people shouting as you are yet again in the northern regions, where you were an urchin on the street, running away from the Ordillis as they raided and attacked the city of Northwatch on the Great Northern Campaign. You see yourself almost as if your body's moving and you're just awake inside your own body as you're running through the streets, and you can hear the whistles blowing as the inquisitorial squads are snatching up tieflings and dragonborns and separating families. You hear one group of Ordillis shout, "There's one over there," as you're running and you run away. And you remember, you stop for a second because you remember this alley you ran down. And you remember what happens at the end of this alley. You're caught. So you take another direction in your dream. And you run, and you're getting chased by more Ordillis as the sounds of these whistles are blowing, and you see this ladder. You start climbing this ladder, rung after rung, to get to the top of this roof, and you hear them shouting below you, and then the walls around you become wood as you climb into this little catch coming up to the ceiling. And then the wood gives away to stone, and then the ladder gives away to a rope. And as you get to the top, a hand grabs your hand, and you see this young Ordillis soldier looking at you in the face, and the face changes to one of a man with a single eye. And you feel a sharp pain in your chest as a sword is shoved through your chest as this man looks at you and shouts, "You killed him, the one I loved." And as this image freezes in front of you, you hear a booming voice in the back of your head. They will always hate you. They hate what they don't know, what they don't understand. And the image gives away to a muted color of the figure in yellow. Every time you've seen him before, he's always been a bright, vibrant yellow. But this time he's kind of muted, as if he's not giving off so much light. And imposed behind him in the darkness, obscuring everything, you see 6 eyes and shadowy tendrils moving away from the eyes as this figure of this head appears before you. I can answer the questions that you have. Seek me out. As you wake up in a fright with your chest pounding with pain, as the scar of that death blow is still there that Merrick gave you a long time ago. And you wake up and Oliver is awake and drenched in sweat, and
Wait,
Parth is looking at...
You said Merrick, it was Beckett, right?
Yeah, sorry, Beckett. Messed up names.
Right.
Wrong player character.
Yeah. like looking at the scar, making sure it's not bleeding.
Parth, you will pick up right where we left off with you seeing Oliver and Larissa both wake up from a nightmare.
Larissa, are you... Did you see something?
Yeah, did you?
Yes.
6 eyes? 6...
They were there, amongst other things.
Yes,
I was being hunted by something besides the 6 eyes. The 6 eyes were there in the sky, but something else. Something different.
it was different. They showed me my past. I knew who I was hunted by. I knew what they wanted. And the one who gave me the scar... It feels like he just did it. But at the end, the yellow robe, he wasn't like I normally saw him. But I don't think it's a good idea, but he wants me to seek him out because he says he has the answers.
Ah, that's fine. Do it.
Mm-hmm. Turn into a warlock. All right.
I mean, there are worse things. You seen those invocations?
Demon dad is best dad.
Yeah.
Well.
So, Bill, remind me, because it's been 2 weeks. I believe the phrase that was stated at the end of my dream was "I see you." Is that correct? Did that seem to come from the orange eyes that were hunting me, or from the red eyes in the sky?
The red eyes in the sky.
And Sauron, I see.
A figure in yellow? I know you have mentioned sometimes seeing things, but I don't think you've ever said what exactly. What do you see?
When I was with Ben in the dreamland, there was a figure in a yellow robe that towards the end was chasing us. And every once in a while, he comes to me and points over my left shoulder. and points to his eyes and then over my left shoulder.
Oliver, right about that time, you look just past Larissa, and Tannen is walking towards her from the back playfully. And you get kitty bounced.
I'll do what I do with my cat and like mess with him, like tease him with my hair.
Tannen is very clearly trying to comfort you.
Yeah,
He's a smart cat.
he's a smart cat. Like, it's okay.
Emotional support cat.
Yeah.
It would seem whatever this figure is, it perhaps was trying to warn you of what we saw. Whatever it was that was following you.
At first his haunting, it filled me with such fear, and then I decided to start talking to it because I thought it wasn't there. And up until we found that thing over my left shoulder, I thought it wasn't really there. So now we'll see.
For the record, if we're weighing in here, if you think things are talking to you in your head, maybe let the rest of us know.
As Cillian wakes up. Were you pretending to be asleep?
To be honest, to be honest, I had mentioned it before.
Derek doesn't remember this.
And from where he looks like he's asleep, Ben says, "That's true. She has mentioned it before."
Multiple times, actually.
I only remember
that's
the
just
one.
Derek forgetting then.
Canon.
Canon.
In your dream, are you sure it was the figure in yellow that was speaking to you? In mine, the red eyes, their voice boomed. They stated that they saw me.
The red eyes told me that they will always fear me. They will always hate what they do not know. I was being chased by Ordilis. It was the exact scene where I got captured.
So I don't think I know this phrase. What is Ordilis? Or
You would know. Ordilis is the military arm of the Church Eternal.
okay, gotcha. Derek didn't know the phrase.
Yeah. No. I remember turning down an alleyway, and instead of turning down that alleyway, like what happened, I went up a ladder. And as I went up to the ladder became a rope, and the walls became stone. And then I saw the eyes, and they will always hate you. They will hate what they do not know. And then this muted yellow robe popped up. Can I be sure it was it? No, because it's not always muted yellow. Usually it's very vibrant, very light filled. This time it looked like it was under a cover.
Whether the figure or not, I do not think there is any question that this, whatever it is, this six-eyed creature is well aware of us. Oliver kind of like looks around to everybody else as they've started to wake up. I do not think we have much time.
I do have one other thing that I don't know if I disclosed.
Oh, great.
The sword. the one that was used in the murder, that belonged to who gave me the scar.
They
But
are here?
as far as I know, he is dead. A hag took him.
A hag.
Mhm.
Oh, good. Because we haven't had enough of that going on.
One of my party gave the hag my ear, or gave my hag his ear to
So what the hell?
revive. Yeah, they gave the hag his ear to bring me back. He was taken to become, was it like a reverend, Bill? Is that what it was called?
He was one of the ones that was taken by the Ordilis. You found the record of it. He was taken to become what was called a broken.
Broken.
Yeah.
Do not know what that is, but the name alone sounds pretty awful.
The broken are what the church does to magic users, and it makes them do the church's bidding. They are trapped.
I am going to go downstairs and ask for some coffee. This is a lot in the morning.
I think this is a lot anytime.
This is true. Duh, okay.
So what time of night is it? Like, are we at daybreak at this point, or are we still like in the dark of night?
The sun's kind of peeking up over the horizon.
Okay. Hey, perhaps coffee and getting ourselves on the road sooner than later. This broken gate that you all have spoken of seems to be connected somehow. Perhaps we can learn more there.
As you say that, and he's on the way out. Oh, before we leave town, please do not let me forget. I need more pearls. I'm completely out.
Hearth is going to stand up. Basically reactivate. Through the course of all this conversation, just from the last time, Hearth did activate when Oliver and Larissa woke up to give some form of assurance that what was going on for them was a dream, and outside of it, all was calm. Then, keeping quiet and deactivating for a good portion of the conversation, now activating, standing up, says, well, it appears that many beings have indicated their knowledge of us. I suppose it is good that we also have knowledge of them. He's going to step over to Larissa, put a hand on your shoulder, and Bill, you gifted me an inspiration, and I realized I already had an inspiration.
Oh, okay.
You allowed me to give it. If you would allow me, I would like to retroactively give that now.
That's fine.
That's okay. And Larissa, you have a point of inspiration if you don't already have one.
How long were we keeping those, Bill? Because I think I have one from 3 sessions ago that I didn't use.
You keep it till you use it.
So,
And
okay, so
if you can give it to someone else now.
who doesn't have an inspiration point?
I do not. Ben does not.
Everyone but the two of you.
Right.
Everyone but the two of me. Okay, so I'm gonna hold Oliver's hands and give him an inspiration and be like, sometimes a dream is just a dream.
He'll pat your hands back. And other times, it is a warning.
Oh.
Ba ba ba.
Ben, a little bookkeeping. Why do you keep losing pearls?
Because I consume them with a spell.
What spell?
Someone
Fortune's
familiar?
favor.
Oh,
Yeah,
Fortune's
Fortune's
favor.
favor,
Okay.
yeah.
It consumes the pearl.
I was about to say, if you're
yeah,
consuming
it's-
them for identify doesn't
No.
consume the
No,
pearl.
No.
Fortune's favor is expansive.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's worth it, but it's expensive.
Where it gets nice is if you start upcasting it later, it's still just the one pearl, and you can do it on multiple people. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, at level, it's pricey.
Worth it though.
Oh yeah.
So, with this early morning adventure starting, the day is yours. Where are you going?
Am I able to recover some caffeinated beverage for the group?
Starting with
The
the
bottom
important
of the inn is a little bit of a disarray. Annette is trying to keep up with the morning customers that are coming in this early. Some of them to eat breakfast. A lot of the shoremen and the pier workers come in this early. She's doing it all herself.
Yeah, I assume so.
But when you come down, she just directs you over to a table where there is coffee brewed. But she gives you a simple hello as she is rushing from table to table.
Is there an obvious thing that needs to get done right now that she's having a hard time getting to? Like
Beating people.
So like, if I can see that there's a tray here that says table 4, I will literally grab it and take it to table 4 for her. Just
Right now, it
a
looks
gesture of kindness.
It looks like everybody's getting the same breakfast.
Okay.
Toast with simple gravy and sausage poured on top.
Okay.
A lot of people look disappointed in that, and it honestly looks like this is the only thing Annette knows how to make.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh no.
But they're kind of okay with it because they feel like it's nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
Right.
It's probably it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. Thank you, Annette. It'll be back. It's nothing to worry about.
She looks at you and she smiles. She says, "No, I'm not really concerned. He'll be back, and if not, I'll just hire someone new."
Oh, okay.
It'll be back. So I'm going to return up with a pot, and that woman does not know how to cook.
By the way,
She-
that is in the South. That is called something on a shingle, and
Yeah,
Bill hates it. Bill
Yeah.
cannot stand it.
That woman cannot cook. I really hope Cletus comes back soon.
Something.
And hands out coffee. I have. Hang on a moment. I'll reach in my coat and pull out a small replica of a chest. And extending my hand out, a large wooden, purple wood and ivory chest appears. And in one smooth motion, Ben reaches out to it and opens it. Takes out a few odds and ends, like the brick of obsidian he purchased, and put it in there, and the books that we have accumulated. But in it, he reaches in and pulls out a bag that clinks. These are all the gemstones we found on the ogres. I'm wondering if we can trade them at a local shop for pearls, if they have any. I'm even willing, frankly, to pay an inflated price to make sure that we have them. Anyway.
Well, if the gemstones are not doing us any more good than what the pearls can, then I think that seems a fair trade.
Yeah.
I have pulled what I can from them for components and things, but Hearth, are you missing any? Do you require any components of any particular kind? Gemstone-wise? We might as well pull them now while we have them.
Hearth takes a moment to consider. And think.
Cillian, you as well. I assumed we had
Yeah.
done this once before, but I cannot remember. And Oliver, you too. If you require any arcane components for those myriad of enchantments you cast, please.
He pulls out his pipe and lights some pipe tobacco. I have everything that I need.
You do not have a lot of the basilisk leaf left.
No, I'm not smoking that.
No, I'm just
that
saying.
is a good idea. Ben pulls his pipe out. Do you mind packing mine for me for a moment?
Not at all. He prepares it.
As Ben goes about pouring coffee for everyone. While the whole thing happened with the chest, like the pot of coffee that he brought up just kind of floated next to him.
So as far as material components go, I have everything I need besides like the incense and stuff for Fine Familiar.
Okay, and I can do that a few more times, so I think we're okay there. At least 7, so maybe be kinder to Nyx though.
Look, it's not my fault she keeps getting in trouble.
That doesn't sound 100% true.
You are getting death eyes from Tannen right now.
As he says that, Nyx has kind of been resting on his the back of his chair, and as soon as he says that, you just see the hawk.
Like nips at my ear.
No, just stares. Like if he
As the other animals respond, the smoke from Oliver's pipe wafts over to your other shoulder and takes the form of a hawk.
Trust me, he will tell you. I'm pointing at Tannen. He will tell you when it's your fault. So don't look at me like that. Fine.
So, looking at what spell components you need pearls, you need incense, right?
Yeah, we've got. Ben has plenty of incense, and he obviously throughout the story is more than willing to share. It's more like I was more thinking for Hearth if you needed diamonds or diamond dust for anything. Because those are things I did not pull out of the bag. I only took.
Hint, Ben wants to know if you have Revivify.
Even if he doesn't, like restoration stuff like that requires.
Yeah, like greater restoration requires diamond dust.
It's
Expansive.
Yeah, any Hearth will reply that diamonds would be helpful if there are any in the bag for the purposes of keeping us among the mortal coil.
GM, are there any
Yo.
diamonds in this bag?
Roll an investigation.
Investigates the bag, says Jared across it.
It's just Jared, it's Herod's.
Yeah. 16 total. Not a great roll for me.
Digging through, emptying out the bag, looking through the bags. These aren't cut gems. This is all raw. You do find 2 diamonds worth about 300 gold each.
Nice.
Here you are, my friend.
Hearth will put them in a pouch and also speak up about it would also possibly be nice to trade for 2 platinum rings. It is a ability that I have that may come in useful.
Do we have any coin? I can make them into rings.
Platinum?
I don't have any coin. Did we collect the rest of the coin from the harbor master? This is Gabriel
yes.
not remembering.
Hearth did collect the 300 gold.
Okay. No.
You're asking if you found any platinum coins. Bill remembers you guys find platinum coins. I can't tell you where, but if you didn't write it down, you didn't find it.
I've got a bunch of gold. I don't have platinum.
Yeah, I have a.
So,
we have a-
player perspective, I believe there was a set of platinum coins that we found in the cave after we fought the Oni, correct? They were like wrapped in the box that was at the
Those
altar.
were gold. Those were gold.
No, I thought we found them when we found the tiefling savings.
If it's not
Yeah,
written
that-
down, you didn't find it.
I think
Hold
Larissa's
on.
correct. I think it was the tiefling's savings, and we gave
And
that
you gave
back.
them back.
Hmm.
We
Yeah.
gave that back.
Yeah, I have it in my notes. It was with the tiefling savings. But they were separate, so I don't like we gave him his savings back. I have it that Ben took him.
Yeah, I took them originally. I'm
Yeah,
looking at my notes right now.
We returned all of that. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they were. I have
Cillian
it.
and I had this. God, we're not awful people. Damn it.
Well, yeah,
For a moment, you
Yeah,
were
but I
about to
have
be.
it. Yeah, but I have it. I have it as they were separate. I don't know. I could be writing it wrong.
I've got it right here in my notes. We gave it back. So
Okay.
No, you did give back the savings. I remember that
yeah.
because you're
that
not horrible.
that is okay. Hearth, with it is a bit of a drain on my abilities, but I can reshape material into something of the same material. So,
Or if we could make our way down to the market ward.
I think it would be wise for us to do that on the way out of town anyway.
If you need pearls, then that seems where we would be going anyway, yes?
The shops, I think with these rough gems, they may be able to cut them, turn them into jewelry for the season when it comes.
Then we can acquire.
So where's the party heading?
Broken Gate, right?
No. In town. Where are you going?
I think the same district we are in. I can't remember the name of it.
The Rise.
The Rise was where like the wealthier part of town was. So
And all the kitschy tourist shops.
Yeah, and so Ben is assuming is if this is where the money is, this is where the gems will be.
What are you trying to do with the gems? You just want to convert them to pearls, or
I would like to convert the gems to pearls. Yes, Wayne. Either way, preferably pearls.
okay. Roll me 2 checks just to make these really quick. One,
Sure.
investigation, find a shop.
14.
2, a persuasion.
Natural 20.
Nice.
So, over the course of this bag of gems, you're not a artisan, and you don't really know the cost of the gems, but you are able to gather about 5 pearls at the price you need.
Wonderful.
You don't know if you were gypped or not through the cost of the.
I mean,
Bag.
that 500 gold worth of pearls. I'm happy with it.
Okay.
Remove item. Okay. Wonderful. I'm good to go. I did not find any platinum rings, but again, if we can trade out, how much platinum do you need?
Mechanically speaking, we need, because it sounds dumb in character to say, about 50 gold pieces. So the rings, anyone, this can behoove anyone. Hearth would explain the ability to create a connection between himself and any of you that wish to try and acquire a ring. The spell requires a pair of rings, which theoretically, as long as we're all wearing a platinum ring, we could probably, make the bond occur. While you are within 60 feet of Hearth, you can gain a +1 bonus to AC and saving throws and have resistance to all damage.
So Ben immediately starts changing out all of his coin for platinum.
So you only need 50 gold worth of platinum for that?
You need a pair of platinum rings worth at least 50 gold pieces each, which you and the target must wear for the duration. It does not.
So the exchange rate with gold is, I believe, 1 platinum piece is 100 gold.
I think so.
So you
It's
so you
10.
need one.
10.
It's
10.
Oh,
ten.
it's 10. It's 10. It's
Yeah.
10.
So you would need 10 platinum pieces,
In order to
Which-
make 2 rings, yeah.
which would easily be exchangeable. So spend the 100 gold to get 10 platinum pieces, which any of the upper class shops would be able to do for you.
Since we're kind of hand waving this, is anybody else able to front that? Because Ben's almost broke.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
Oliver
I'm gonna say-
proffers his small pouch with 9 tiny gold nuggets in it that he's had since the beginning of this, because he has
Okay.
not touched money this entire
After having
campaign.
to after in my personal life having to exchange $5,000 into yen before I went to Japan, I'm not going to role play the currency.
Yeah.
No, I got
You
it.
just
So
wanna-
it's
let's
100,
say-
right?
yeah.
100 gold.
100
Okay.
gold.
It's 100 for the 2 rings, but if anyone wants access to resistance to all damage as a spell option,
Can't
Uh,
I just give him an ingot?
A platinum ingot?
My
Wait.
mithril ingot?
That's not platinum, that's mithril.
Yeah.
Wait. So,
metal.
Brandon, what are you saying mechanically?
what I'm suggesting is that a pair of platinum rings is all which you basically, it seems a pair of platinum rings worth at least 50 gold pieces each. This is up to Bill's ruling, but which you and the target must wear for the duration. Stands to reason for me that a pair consists of basically each of you wearing one of these rings.
And you could swap it back and forth.
So
And you could-
if
and you
we're
could
wearing a
swap
ring,
it.
Hearth would be able to target us.
I believe so. So, like,
Yeah.
if we have a pair, if each of you has a ring, we constitute a pair.
Yeah, you couldn't. I would rule that if each of you had a platinum ring, and Hearth could make that connection with you, but it would be for the duration of the spell. He could not, like,
Switch
Split.
it around.
switch it around during combat.
Yeah. That's what I mean. That's
Okay,
what.
But yeah, I would rule you could do that.
but
I
to
think
have
that's
the option, you know.
I
I
think
could
that's
do
a great idea.
50.
We would basically need 250 gold worth of platinum.
For
Yeah, I got
everybody
it.
to have a ring, yeah.
For everybody to
I got it. That's fine. So I spent 100, so I need to spend an additional 150, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I guess you're going to use Fabricate to make rings?
Over the next rest we take, yes.
Okay. That's easily done. Spend the gold, transfer it into platinum. You have
Gold
the
spent.
platinum. It's a plan. Okay.
Ta-da!
Good deal.
Sweet.
Yeah. Thank you.
And that is not concentration.
Good call, by the way, Brandon. That's a
Yeah,
good
good
idea.
call.
Okay. So as we're preparing to leave town, do we want me to do this now, or should we wait? I mean, obviously not in front of all these people, but
If you
Do-
want to
do what?
if you want to take the time to do it now, I can go wander near the harbor and see if I hear anything new.
How long do you need?
about 10 minutes.
Oh, well, then.
I mean, I was worried that you needed hours, so 10 minutes I don't think is too much of a problem, but I would
Yeah,
prefer we leave town soon.
So let's get out of town. We'll walk for an hour, just get down the road, and then the first time we stop to take a break, I'll do it there. That's fine. Besides, I think Tannen wants to get out of town.
So, are you guys heading to the western side of the island out of town?
That would be my suggestion if everyone is on board.
Just going to repeat we've read multiple things about how dangerous it is out there, and we don't have any sort of guide.
Yeah, the one guide we had is insane.
Yep.
I do
As
not.
long as we're all on the same page, I'm not.
Yeah, certain death.
I am personally ready to accept the risk. I think staying is worse.
I think I would like. I'll ask you later. It's fine.
So, exiting out to the western side of the island, exiting through the rise, you do notice that a lot of the houses on the western side, the further you get out of town, appear more and more abandoned to the point that you're on the outskirts. They're very run down. Walking down the road is not very well kept. grass growing up in the middle of the ruts. There's still 2 ruts, as if people do travel on this side. Eventually, within 15 minutes outside of town, you do notice on the right side of the road the remnants of a circular stone wall that is about knee high off to the side of the road. Very run down, very broken apart, and to the western side of that circle, very close, you see a very familiar tent set up.
Oh no.
And as you get closer, you start noticing on the wall, you see one kobold in armor kind of balancing himself, walking the circle on the wall. You see 2 others in a distance, and they're kind of fiddling with a crossbow. And as you get closer, you see them point the crossbow straight up in the air, pull the trigger, and they're looking.
Oh my god!
And they start running, and you hear, boom, and
Can I try to use Mage Hand, my telekinetic ability, to catch the bolt?
what's the distance?
It's only 30 feet.
No, you're
Okay.
too far away.
It was worth a shot.
By the time you get there, they've already scattered, and the bolt is stuck in the ground. And as you get closer, you notice a bunch of bolts that are stuck in the ground as they load another arrow
Jesus,
or another
this is
bolt into the
hilarious.
crossbow.
I'll just
good.
whistle at him.
This is the kobold version of a dartboard.
Yeah. Good morning.
As you whistle, you do notice one of them stands up from the circle and closes a book. And he, kind of brushes himself off and gets to the side of the road, and he says, "Hello! Welcome to the..." Oh, you've been here before.
Yes, it's so good to see you again.
Welcome to the Wish You Were Here magic shop.
Walk right past. I'll be right back, friends. Feel free to come if you wish. There were cats in here, Oliver.
Oh, I'm right behind you already. I am excited to
Yeah.
see the cats.
I love how our 2 accents kind of do this sometimes.
Yeah, a little bit.
Hearth, you're the only one that's not familiar with this. You see a very colorful yet ill-repaired tent. Kind of small. And 4 kobolds of various different colors. One, the green and the blue one, or light blue one, are playing with the crossbow. There's a red one that seems to be walking the wall, kind of balancing himself, and then there's a muted black one that was reading a book, who seems a little bit more intelligent than the other. And Ben just walks into this tent.
Oliver directly behind him.
Well,
Okay,
Is
the entire
everyone going
party.
into the tent? Yeah.
Well,
Cillian?
I guess we're all going.
Yeah, I'm going in.
Yeah.
Okay, the entire party walks into the tent.
Hearth just looks at the kobolds kind of around the place. Hello.
The one black one says, "Hello, welcome to," very rehearsed. "Welcome to the Wish You Were Here shop."
Thank you.
Thank
Goes
you.
in.
As
So
you
well
enter
rehearsed.
into this tent, you see a door shut, as the rest of your party has disappeared. But inside this tent, the ground is matted down, and there is a single standing door in the center of this tent.
Hello. Anyone?
No
Is
answer.
Anybody out there?
Not if you can hear me.
Hearth sticks their head out. Shall I go through the door?
The kobold's like, "Yeah, it's a door. You go through the door."
Thank you.
Thank you. Very annoyed.
Goes through the door.
As you open the door up, you see a beautiful shop on the other side through the door frame, and you see your party on the inside perusing items and a lot of cats.
Oliver's playing with the cats. He doesn't care about the items at all.
Mm-hmm.
Hart's just gonna look around.
Okay, do you go through the door?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As you go through the door, you are in a completely different environment from where you can see, which is great because this is the last time this happened. It wasn't on stream. The shop is filled with books and barrels of items and items in glass cases. There's a shop desk like way to the back of the shop. As you look through the windows, they're very New York style windows. Obviously, you're underground as you see feet of people walking by these these smaller windows that are up above. You are in a populous area within a shop, but you are just on an island.
Hart looks around for a door to the shop here. Not the door I came through.
The only door you see is the door that you came through.
Just starts to peruse the wares. Fiddle.
Okay. Eventually, as you guys are looking around the items, the shop proprietor does show up. The blue-skinned Genasi that you met before, named Piccolo.
Bigelow. It is
Says,
good.
"Oh, welcome! You've returned. How can I help you?"
Have you had word from? I know her name, I swear. From the Lady Raja, a response to my note, perhaps?
He thinks for a second. Raja.
Golden Eyes, very angry.
Oh, yes, I do know. No, I've not heard from her for some time, no.
That is unfortunate. Next time she comes through, please give her the note, if you have not already.
Oh, I gave her the note. I have not seen her since.
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Would you?
As you interrupt each other.
Would you? Reach in my coat and pull out the tiara of Minar. What do you think this goes for?
This is, may I?
As long as you give it back, yes.
This is a very interesting piece. Where did you get this?
From the hands of a fish monster. Accurate description.
Yeah.
Was actually from its internal organs.
No, actually, yes. It was in its gut. It's very strange.
He holds it with two fingers. Interesting.
I've cleaned it. It's fine.
Let me go talk to the owner. I'll be right back. And you see him walk off, and he reaches down, and you didn't notice this before. As he reaches down, you see a blue light kind of trace out a door as he opens up a door down, and he takes a set of stairs, and he pulls the door down on top of him, and the door kind of merges into the ground.
Hearth, just so you know, he is a simulacrum. He is a part of a whole. They're apparently uncommon now. They were fairly common back when we were running around, but
I've heard tale.
yeah.
Are they friends?
So he's gone for some time. As he comes back, he has the tiara with him, and he says, the owner is greatly interested in this item and where it came from. He said that in exchange for this, you may choose any item within the shop.
Holy.
No matter the price.
Remind me, what does Remind me, what does this thing do again?
What?
It makes you immune to exhaustion.
Sure.
Interesting.
He is not more concerned with its ability, but the make of this item and where it comes from.
Those are some of the questions I have as well. I'll take the tiara back from him and just hold it. Huh. So what do we have around here?
He says he kind of looks annoyed with that question. I can greatly explain to you the full stock that we have available, but
Anything that manipulates time.
he thinks I don't know if we have anything like that here.
Oliver walks behind him, like holding a cat, pointing at something random on the wall. What does this one do? And like, just
Cillian walks in from off screen and pushes his hand back down.
As you point, it's a kind of a necklace in a glass case, and he says that is an amulet that makes it it protects against divination spells to detect your location.
I appreciate the response, but just for clarification, Oliver was talking to the cat.
Oh,
Like Oliver still thinks the cats run this shop, so like he is.
Oh, Piccolo and
That is like offering a child all of the candy in the store. So many options.
No, he does say one item, no matter the price.
Oh man, that's like a carrot in front of me, man. Do you have then perhaps oh Jesus. Like fuck it.
That's
No.
Tally mark.
What sort of staffs or powerful rings might you have?
Given the nature of our business, and he looks at the front door, and we literally have clientele from all around the world. It is hard for us to keep one singular thing in stock.
Understood.
So our stock is constantly evolving and changing. Staves currently I do not have any possession of.
Rings or arcane flying carpets?
Didn't you used to didn't the sorry, what is sorry, Derek's forgetting this. What is your station called in old Arcadia? What was your position?
I mean, we can get super detailed,
Magister.
but no, I was not a magister. No,
No, you weren't.
no, but I am the oldest living that I am aware of Arcadian mage, which
And you're the only Arcadia mage that you know of, so your station is whatever you say it is.
yeah.
Well, it's something that I've studied though, something that Cillian knows.
I was a member of the Arcanus of Dalandun.
Yes, didn't they have some kind of powerful robes that gave them some more powerful magic, things like that? Mechanically, like there's some really good, like
There's some amazing shit.
really
and-
good robes.
Yeah.
You think they have any of those around?
Right?
I did, yes.
No.
Why?
Why did Jacob disappear on mine?
I don't know.
I
lost him too.
have no idea.
Yep.
Give me just 1 second. I'm not sure why my camera just changed. What was going on? I proceed. Don't worry
It
about
changed to XSplit for some reason.
Yeah.
So, asked about rings, yes.
He says, trying to keep track of all your conversations going on. We currently have 4, and he pulls out this little velvet case, and he says, we have a ring here. He points, not that as expensive as the others. This one would make it harder for you to get hit. This one protects your mind from such infecting and invasive spells. And these 2 are similar to each other, uh, different in make, little variety to both. But these allow the command over the elements of water.
Interesting.
Something that shields your mind seems to be, well, with our current problems, might be pretty useful.
Indeed, and the ability to prevent detection would be wonderful as well. And any particular robes in stock at the moment?
Um, as Bill scans through the randomly generated, currently no robes in stock.
Hmm.
We are laxed on clothing. We do have 2 weapons. If that is, we have an absorbent amount of scrolls. Currently in our possession.
Yes.
Not
Hmm.
very many magic users have come through. Several potions. A couple. Well, we have 3 armors currently, but I don't think anything that would fit you. As he looks at your frame, looks at
Yeah.
Oliver. Maybe him.
Yes. I'm tempted, very much so. I think I may need to discuss with my friends briefly. Give me just one moment, please.
Of course. Take your time.
Turn back to the group. Friends, I must admit, I am very tempted to exchange this for any number of exciting items here. It does not appear innately in its own right to be particularly valuable, other than its enchantment properties, but the ability to exchange it for literally anything here is tempting. But it is a valuable resource. I don't mean to take it for myself without discussing.
It seems that it is of great interest to the shop owner.
Yes, it prevents you from becoming exhausted in any way. For a time, anyway. There's a chance of it going very badly eventually.
Personally, such an item has no great importance for one such as myself, but it may come in handy for the rest of you.
Mechanically, we're not getting the. This is a quest item. You can't trade that away.
I don't think we would ever get that from Bill.
No, I don't either. I mean, he said it wasn't what it did; it was its make, right?
Yeah,
That
Right.
he was.
it's make. On that question, does it
We have a
happen?
Jacob.
We have a Jacob back. Does this bear any resemblance to the ring in its craftsmanship or quality? The Ring
What?
of Ivan?
No.
Okay. Then I'm less concerned about it. If none of you have any preference, then
Any
Perhaps-
preference?
Perhaps something that has utility among a few members of the group. I must speak up and say that it seems that we are being watched and followed through various means. Any object that could reduce the chances that we are infringed upon by outside forces
yes.
may be useful.
So, While they're talking, I'm going to turn to him and say, "How much for the necklace?"
The one on the wall.
Yes.
Yes, that is one of the most expensive items in the shop. That is 20,000.
I'm going to turn back to the party. I'm like, "That's up to you. That is one necklace. That'll keep one of us from being watched."
And he said it was prevents you from being detected or located.
It is an amulet of proof
Um,
against detection and location.
Okay. Hmm.
So it's not a mind shield thing. Okay, I thought it was.
I think that was
Yeah.
another item.
Oh, is that different?
That was one of the rings.
Does have he did mention a ring of mind shielding.
Sure.
Oh man, tough choices.
I'm fine with you doing what you need to do.
Yeah, there's nothing. I have everything I need.
I'm going to turn back to the shopkeeper and I'm going to hold up the hunter's cloak. I'm like, "Are you interested in this?"
Let me, and he takes it from you, and kind of taken aback by how dirty it is. Maybe we could resell it. It would have to be cleaned. The salt spray and the
He's
oof.
calling you.
Is that
He's calling you a dirty hippie.
He
that
is really a dirty hippie.
oil or ambergris? No. Yeah. Uh. We will. It does apparently, as you see his eyes flash a little bit. It has magical properties I can see, but it is very, very. You've been carrying this around.
I got it from someone who used to use it while they were on the
I
ocean.
I will give you 800 gold for it, just for the enchantments alone.
I don't know enough about it, do I, Bill, that I would be like, okay.
Not really, no.
What is this cloak? I don't even remember anything about this.
It's a hunter's
It's leather.
coat.
It counts as leather armor.
Yeah, it's like it gets you +1 to your AC while wearing it. It has 3 charges when you hit a creature with an attack, and that creature doesn't have all its hit points. You can expend 1 charge and do an extra 1d10 necrotic damage. And the cloak regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn.
That's
Wait,
nice.
and wait, and this is just regular leather armor. Shit, where did this come from? Because this is really good. That would be really good for me because I can't wear any armor.
I had
besides
it,
light.
but when we gave the tiefling back his life savings, he gave it to me.
Yeah.
Well, shit.
And
Okay.
I offered it, and then everybody's like, "Oh, I don't need it," so I kept it.
I'm sorry. I guess I didn't understand what it was.
And then I'll just take it back and say,
It's basically it's an old whaler's coat that he wore when he was on expeditions. When he was a sailor, it's covered, and it's covered with salt stains, and it's basically a leather trench coat.
Yeah. So I'll take it back and say, maybe we can clean it, and if I find you again, we can talk
He looks
about
very
it.
happy that you took it back, and you see him immediately reach down. He says, "Thank you," and he starts wiping the table where it was.
So
I forgot. I have glamored studded leather, so my AC is a 16. What does it do again?
it does +1 bonus to your AC while wearing this armor. The coat has 3 charges. When you hit a creature with an attack and the creature does not have all its hit points, you can expend 1 charge to deal an extra 1d10 point of necrotic damage to the target. The coat will regain 1d3 expended charges at dawn. Right now it has 3 charges.
So this is a coat, so I can wear this over armor. This is something I can
No,
put
it
on.
counts as leather. Yeah, when I gave it to you, I thought it counted like that, but it counts as leather armor. It is.
Well, shit. Okay, then I can't. I mean, it's arguably better than my glamored studded leather.
Yes.
The only thing glamored studded leather does is allows you to make whatever you're wearing look like whatever.
Yeah, and Cillian's extra as fuck, so like.
Yeah, so if you want to give me back the Glamored Feather Letter and you take this, then that's fine.
All right, yeah, we can try it for a while. That's fine.
Okay.
What is this in the? Is this in D&D Beyond, Bill?
It's called a hunter's coat.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
It's from the Exandria
got it.
guide.
Arthur's
Piccolo,
going to ask-
one.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so no, this is attuned. That's why. Okay, so this is actually not as good as the Glamored Studded Leather because it doesn't set my AC at 13. So
Okay,
this is all yours.
Okay, so we'll just dink.
Okay.
Are you selling it?
I am selling it.
Okay, then he reluctantly gives you 800 gold as he very quickly pulls it off his counter and wipes it off again.
Okay.
You hear a thunk on the ground behind the counter.
You said the necklace was the most expensive thing you had.
No, it is one of the most expensive. The most expensive item we have is the longsword in the glass case.
Oh, what's it?
And what is that?
That is a longsword of, for mechanical speaking, it is a weapon that warns you of danger.
Interesting.
It protects its owner. It's a weapon of warning.
Interesting.
So, while this weapon is in your possession, you have advantage
Yeah.
on initiative rolls. In addition, you and any of your companions within 30 feet of you cannot be surprised. That is, he says, currently that is the most expensive item that we have at a little over 60,000 gold.
Well,
They got
look
some
at
interesting prices.
yeah. I'm gonna look at Larissa. So I know you've got the hat, the armor.
I have. Well, let's see. That I'm attuned to. I don't.
Yeah.
I have my Summer's Dance. I have the Hat of Disguise, and I have the Stone of Good Luck.
You would have to give up something, but I think that necklace is probably the best option for us right now. For you. And I will hand Piccolo the Tiara of Minar in exchange.
He has
for
not given it back. It's been kept on a pillow beside him.
He took it. Ben
yeah,
took it.
I did state that I would take it back from him. But I will.
He did not give it up.
If they're that interested. Perhaps then, if it is that interesting, that necklace and one of these rings.
He seems a little troubled when you say that.
And
As he looks at the door, he says, "My master says one item. I will gladly go ask, but I." He looks at Tiara, looks at you, and he says, "He has told me this tiara does not leave the shop no matter what."
Well, that is unfortunate. And I am going to stick my hands in my pockets and use a charge of my ring to give myself advantage on ability checks. And I am going to attempt to be incredibly persuasive. I think if it is that valuable, I think trading for it is perfectly reasonable. I require a bit of utility for both my friend here and for myself. And I am happy to make some additional exchanges to make sure coin and egos or personal needs are assuaged as well.
Okay, he looks...
And I would like to make a persuasion check if
Go
at
ahead.
all possible. All right, sweet. And because I use that charge of the ring, not awesome, but not awful. 18 total.
He looks worried and concerned. And he says,
Academically, I understand the value of things like this, and
this is unorthodox. I will be right back. And you see his wave his hand, and you hear a locking behind you.
I understand.
And
We will not leave.
He goes down and opens the door again and goes down below.
But
little cagey.
I'm gonna turn
Is
back
the
to everybody.
tiara still there?
The what?
Is the tiara on the pillow?
Yes.
Hearth is going to actually go and take the tiara and hold it.
As you reach for it, I'll put a hand up. Be prepared, but don't be worried.
They do not get to dictate the negotiation terms.
In one's own tower, one dictates the terms, one sets the reality. You do not chase down the Magister in his home. You understand the saying, yes?
I do. But it is also my understanding that when parties are equal, we must pay attention to both perspectives. This is ours.
But we are not equal in this place.
Then we should not have come here. And that is your all's responsibility.
I will accept that. But nothing ventured, nothing gained, yes?
We shall see. And Hearth's going to put the tiara back on the pillow. And just kind of go to the back of the room.
As you come back, as you walk back, the door opens. Piccolo climbs out, a little haggard, a little worried. The door shuts.
Big smile on Ben's face.
He walks over and he says, he has agreed, and he says, in exchange for the tiara, you may take the necklace. And he pulls out the box of rings and he takes the 2 matching rings away, and he says, you may choose one of these 2.
And what are those?
One is a ring of evasion and one is a ring of mind shielding.
I appreciate your trouble. I appreciate your master. Please extend my gratitude to him. This is a incredible offer he is making, and we appreciate it greatly. And I will take... I would like the amulet, please. Additionally... Ooh, tough choice. Because Gabriel can't remember what one does. Additionally, I would love this ring here, and I will point to the ring of evasion.
He plucks it from the velvet and lays it in front of you, taking away the case. And
again, thank you, and please thank your master.
He extends his hand to you, and his grasp is very cold as he takes your hand and he pulls you forward into a whisper. My master has expressed that any items you receive in the future from the deep ones you bring to him. And he
Do I hear
purchase.
that, Bill?
Roll a perception. They'll forget that skill for a second.
I understand.
So
And-
that's a 21.
Yes, you heard that.
So I'm going to pull the dagger of depths out, and I'm going to shine it so he can see it.
That sounds like a threat.
No, I'm just going to shine it and say,
Hey, bitch, you see
what
this?
you're talking about.
That is that is not the type of item he wants.
Okay. I'm going to push back.
Still holding Piccolo's hand, I'll grasp it with my other. Again, thank you.
Let me rephrase, since your party seems confused. If you receive any more gifts from the mother or gifts from the father,
Yes.
Yes.
I follow your meaning. Thank you for your patience and your willingness to go back to your master on our behalf. It is appreciated. And I'll release his hands, and I will remember his interest in the future. I
he
don't
nods.
know if we will have any further dealings with them, but if we do, I assure you, we will bring them to his attention. I wish for a fruitful and long working relationship, not strife.
Piccolo nods and completely changes character to a smiling shopkeeper. Thank you for perusing. The wish you were here, and we would love to have you back.
I will see you at some point. And if a note from Raja returns at all, please send word in some way.
I will.
Thank you. I will take the amulet and the ring and turn to the door, not
Okay.
pressing my luck any further.
As you do, the door unlocks. You hear the unlocking noise.
Out. At a quick pace. Not running, but moving at a quick pace out.
Oliver pops out from behind another set of shelves now with like a cat on her shoulder and holding a different one. He's like, "Are we leaving then?"
Yes, can't take a cat though.
Tannen has been following you, mean mugging you the whole time.
So
Can't take the cat.
I set the other cats down like on various shelves, and I go to pick Tannen up, like big long stretch, and hoist him over my shoulder. Let's go, then. Back to the road. Give Tannen some stretches.
Let us get down the road a little ways, and then we perhaps take that rest we discussed.
As you guys exit the tent, the kobolds are still playing. You do see one now has a fresh crossbow bolt out of his shoulder as the others are laughing at him. He's trying to pull it out. The black-skinned one, as he comes in, the black-scaled one says, "Thank you, come again."
Thank you very much.
I shake my head at the Colbo. Just keep going.
So, it's still early in the day as you guys leave, and you get further ways down the road to where the tent disappears out of sight.
I'll hold the necklace out to Larissa. You need this.
The necklace does require attunement. It takes an hour to, it takes, I believe, 30 minutes to an hour to attune to it. And you will have to lose an item
I know.
in order to attune to it.
I think if you are being followed, this is going to be worthwhile.
So
Anyone
I'm
who
gonna.
knows you may or may not know the rest of us, but it is still worth throwing them off your scent some.
I'm gonna take it and be like, "I'm sorry that this was necessary." And I'm going to unattune the Stone of Good Luck.
Okay.
And
Ben holds out his hand.
Okay. And I'm gonna hand it to Ben with my head down and just be like, just take it. And
That's
then
sad. That was the first magical item you bought for yourself.
I know, so I'm like, just take it, it's okay. And then what's this necklace?
The necklace is just an amulet of proof against detection and location. You can find it in D&D Beyond.
Okay.
It's a wondrous item. It's uncommon and requires attunement. While wearing this amulet, you are hidden from divination magic. You can't be targeted by such magic or perceived through magical scrying sensors.
So are we sitting down so I can attune it?
At some point.
Okay. Okay. Good. Bye-bye, like stone. Okay. Alright. So I hand Ben the stone, take the necklace, put it on. What are we doing?
Oh, speaking of, and he'll hold up the ring kind of on the tip of his finger. Who keeps tripping over their own feet out of all of us?
I have a
don't
decent deck save, so
Yeah, I have a pretty high dex save. Even without the stone.
I don't recall tripping very much lately, but if no one else has a use for it.
of the five of us, I think Oliver is the heaviest on his feet. No offense intended.
I'm inclined to agree. Hearth?
Evasion, it's for what? It's it basically gives you the evasion ability, correct? I mean,
It will allow you to succeed where you have previously failed.
It just says it has three charges, and you're able to spend a charge and succeed on a
You just
save that you
automatically
failed.
succeed on dexterity saving throws, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you expend a charge to do it, so you
Right,
can do
sure.
it like 3 times.
Right.
Yeah.
yeah, Hearthful.
It's either you or Oliver. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. This is for the group, not for me.
Hearth will look to Oliver. What do you prefer?
I have means of using it, but if it is more useful to someone else, I am all right on my feet as that goes.
Then I will do a bit more to ensure my safety, to ensure the safety of others, and take the ring.
Wonderful. And perhaps, since we've been walking for a bit, we take a bit of a break, focus on these, and then continue on.
So party takes a short rest.
If allowed.
You attune. It's a nice little peaceful side of the road. Taking a short rest, attuning to the items that you're attuning to. Getting up from your short rest, just for an hour, you now enter into a more wilder side of the island. As you walking forward, the road starts to give way to wilderness, as the road seems to be battling nature a little bit, but eventually succumbs to you guys are in a forest on the western side of the island. So who is going to helm this journey, giving me a survival check?
I mean, Oliver's happy to lead the trek into the wilderness as far as that's concerned.
And
Anyone going?
Just
Heart is
confirming, can you all hear me?
yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay, I see activation, but this is like the second time that I've talked and then nobody said anything back immediately, so I'm just making sure.
We're actively
Guys, pay
ignoring
attention
you.
to Jacob.
I-
That's rude.
No, listen, I'm the one whose freaking camera blipped out earlier, just making sure I didn't have other problems going on.
It's so weird. I didn't even know you had XSplit downloaded.
Mm-mm. So I responded to you, but I was muted. So thank you for saying something, because I looked down and I'm like, what is... Oh, it's red. Okay. I can assist him if you need assistance.
Yeah, Hearth has a decent survival skill as well, so
Okay,
more than willing
so
to assist.
this is how we do it. Whoever's assisting Jacob, tell me how you're assisting him. Give me a survival roll. If you meet above 10, he gets to roll with an advantage.
I could do it. So I'm going to use my my Inquisitive Rogue ability, and I'm going to, well, not really ability, so I'm not going to roll it, but I'm going to look for clues and like maybe a worn path or break and brush or animal trackings, just anything that'll tell us which way we're supposed to go or which way it might be.
Okay.
And then that is a 14 with my plus to survival. So
Nice.
Okay. So, Oliver, roll with advantage.
Wow, this white hot garbage. Screw it. I'm gonna use my inspiration on that because both of those are terrible. Absolutely terrible. That's decidedly better. That will be a total of 19.
Skillfully, Oliver is able to guide you for this first day of your journey west onto this island without going off course. Now, with that being said, I need someone to roll me a d20.
I'll do it.
Sorry about that, guys. I was saying bye to my wife.
5.
My wife.
5 on a d20.
5. Okay. So, about a little after midday on your first journey west, and this side of the island is a little wilder, but it is gorgeous. With the trails that Oliver are finding, you find yourself looping into bluffs overlooking the ocean, and you see a lot of very similar views to the image that's on the screen right now of lush green large mountainsides with volcanic activity coming out from fissures, a beautiful rocky coast with seagulls, very, very peaceful, almost a stark difference from the stories that you've heard about the western side of this island. A little after midday, going through the wilderness of this western side of this island, you start hearing the sounds of a creature in pain. Lots of pain as this roaring of and almost the roars are almost, they're different than that of a normal roar of an animal. Almost the roars are almost ended and punctuated with almost like it sounds like hooting of an owl.
Trish, not play your character. No. Okay.
Hearth is going to try and investigate what the sound is.
Yeah, I'll follow.
Following the sound, eventually you come across this indention in the ground in the middle of this forest. As you get up, the smell of blood is very palpable. As you look down, you see a owlbear in a trap.
Oh, that makes sense now.
This owlbear has a large metal trap that's just snatched on one of its back legs as it's pulling against it, ripping the flesh even more as it's trying to get out of this trap that's on the ground. And it's roaring and pulling as this animal is staked to the chain on the ground.
I'm
Well,
gonna call
that's-
back to. Yeah, I'm gonna call back to Oliver. Be like, hey, can you come here for a second?
Let's see what I can do. And Oliver will approach and try and see if there's a means of him safely approaching this thing. probably knowing full well that this thing is potentially like quite dangerous if thrashing about.
Give me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you trying to calm him?
So like he would approach the thing and like try and appear like non-threatening, like keeping relatively low and unassuming towards this thing to see if he can get closer before he like necessarily like calming tones trying to approach it however he can. So calming if he can, but very cautiously approaching.
I would like to try and calm the animal down.
Yeah, if I can help Hearth with that, I'll play some calming music.
Play some calming music. Do you have a magical an instrument that you carry with you?
I have a flute, I believe. 1 second.
Because I remember the party jam session like a long time ago.
Yeah. I have a flute.
Okay. What Hearth and Cillian, what do you guys do? Because it's going to lead into Oliver's role.
Okay.
I start playing the theme song from Titanic on my flute.
All right. Hearth is going to just emit soothing tones, trying to hit a just calm, speaking to the creature a bit, while casting healing word on the creature, letting it see me.
Okay.
And then as I'm doing the motion, soothing the creature with healing word while making some type of... I'm trying to make an animal handling check while I'm doing.
Okay. The animal handling check I'm going to give to Oliver.
Okay.
You give me an animal handling check because you're the one approaching the creature. But give it to me at advantage because you're getting aid from Hearth and Cillian.
Sure. Also, for what it's worth, this thing can understand me. I can't understand it necessarily, but like as I approach, its tones of "Easy, friend. We're here to help. Just give me a moment."
Meanwhile, Ben is in the background preparing to magically freeze this thing in space and time. Looks threatening.
So, and you said animal handling with advantage, yes?
Yeah.
That will be a dirty 20.
The scared and angry nature and the pain seems to go away as the wound starts to heal on its leg. It calms down enough to where it doesn't look like it's going to attack you.
So as I get close, then I will go to try and work it out of as gently as possible. Work it out of the trap.
It's torn its leg pretty good, but it is healing in the process. You are able. I'm not even going to give you a strength check because Oliver's strong as hell. You're able to pull the bear trap out, and as soon as it almost cuts itself a little bit as soon as it feels the pressure pull away as it jerks out of the trap.
As soon as it's free, I will let the trap close back.
I want to do something as this is happening.
Okay.
As that trap opens up, I want to cast... It's a large creature?
Yes.
I'm going to cast Audeluk's Resilient Sphere around the owlbear.
Interesting spell.
So, it has to make a dexterity saving throw if it's unwilling, which it likely is.
So that's a 9.
Okay, it fails, and as this bear trap comes open, Hearth utters very quickly a prayer, flourishes hands, and encompasses the owlbear with this sphere of shimmering force that begins to crackle and refract light around the owlbear. And it is encased inside this sphere.
The owlbear looks very confused and very scared at this. Now, Otaluk's resilient spear can be moved, right?
Yes,
so basically,
yeah, very.
so you
I can move it effectively now.
but
so.
can he? Because he's basically a owlbear and a hamster ball now.
It can use its actions to push against the sphere walls and move up to half its speed. And similarly, it can be moved by us pretty easily as well.
You see it try to run, and when it runs, it kind of hits the wall, but the wall moves and it rolls to where the bear flips over onto its back, very confused as now it's stuck in this ball, like you put a hamster in a hamster ball for the first time. Mm-hmm. He tries to like right itself, but then the ball rolls down a little hill and he flops over again. The bear is very confused.
Sure. And as this is happening, I'm going to go down to the sphere. Just speak to the creature. I'm going to take a moment just to sit there with the creature and let it know that I'm trying to communicate that nothing's going to happen to it. We're just going to sit here for a moment.
So Oliver will make it a point to get the trap like well away from the creature.
This is a very crudely made iron trap. It's been handmade by someone who's skilled in it, but didn't have the tools to do so.
As he pulls this trap away and like removes it from wherever it's anchored.
You seen traps similar to this where you grew up?
Yeah. Are there? I mean, he's probably used them before, potentially for hunting that's necessary, or others in the tribe have. Are there signs of how long this has been here, or potentially like tracks leading to where the person might have gone that set it?
You don't see any tracks, but the trap has probably been here a day or so.
Okay.
The wound on the creature look fresh.
Hmm.
Okay. And Hearth, what are you doing with the now trapped owlbear in a ball?
I am going to.
And how long does that spell last?
Up to 1 minute. So.
What does that ball do exactly?
Oh, it can't get out. We can't get in, and we can move it. So I'm going to start to back away from the sphere and say loudly to everyone, "Let us get out of this place."
Okay.
Eventually, the spell fades. The owlbear lands on his feet, very confused, looking at all of you, and turns and bounds into the forest.
Hope you find your dad.
My little bear. And go back to heading.
Oh, by the way, Bill, its healing word gave it 8 hit points back.
Okay. That's good.
This is how Larissa dies, hugging an owlbear. I will not hug you. Bye.
So, on that note, you guys finish the end of your day, bed down for camp, and Bill's going to call break 15 minutes early because he's got to go potty.
No, this is a good, I was going to ask, actually. That's perfect.
I think it's a great time for break.
Sure.
And Oliver would have left that encounter thanking Hearth for his assistance, for sure.
But not Cillian's sweet flute tunes? Fuck you.
That's one.
That's at least 3.
Yeah. So, on that note, Ben would literally be whistling that tune the rest of the day. So.
Yeah. Like, thank you everyone for saving the bear for me.
All right. So, head into break then, and we'll be back in a few
Yep.
minutes. All right.
Awesome.
We'll be back shortly.
And we're back.
Yay!
Yay.
All right, as we last left off, the party had finished their first trek through the western side of the island, saving a poor owlbear from a trap, and bedding down for their first evening. Is there anything any of you need to do around camp?
So, Ben will start off by taking 10 minutes and scooping up all the platinum coins we've acquired and exerting his will and shaping with lines of arcane energy. He will cast Fabricate, and you see all the little coins come up and swirl and start melding into 5 individual clumps, and then they hollow out into rings roughly the correct size for each character. And as they descend down into my hand, I'll come around and give one to each character.
Sweet.
And then stop
Nice.
at Hearth.
Heart's going to take the ring, hold it up, and look at all of you that have rings and says, "May the Everlight protect us and ward us from danger." And slips it on.
And with that, you're all married.
I don't have that spell.
Oh, no.
Thanks, Andy. I wanted to thank you for trusting me. When I was young, I lived with the Bedouins in the sands. We traveled caravans through vast deserts on the Dragon Isles, and we were often looked down upon by those with money and power, assuming we didn't know what it meant or how to use it. He revealed immediately how interested he was in that artifact, and I can't blame him. But one thing I learned as a child was how to read people's interests and take a gamble to bend them. You are not wrong. We should not let others walk on us or do what they will. But the right words and a bit of intention towards a peaceful resolution, and it worked out well. I think very well for us. I'm not always right. I've messed up a million times. I've gotten people killed, and he looks over at Tannen. And I've been lost and alone, but anything I will do will be to help those around me. And I appreciate you taking a leap of faith and trusting me. Thank you very much. There's almost a tired age to Ben as he's talking. He prevents a relatively chipper, upbeat demeanor, but there's an age or wisdom in his eyes. He's been around a very, very long time. He seems very sincere
Hearth
in
was
his
going to
gratitude.
Mhm.
What were you going to say, Hearth?
Heart says to you, "You are most welcome. Although I have my particular preferences and beliefs in how individuals should interact with one another, I agree with you in the idea that the right words are not always the same for all parties. Thank you for resolving this amongst ourselves with generosity and kindness.
In the Arcanum, the students all were cutthroat, looked out for each other. When I was young, there was a star viper that a teacher was showing us, a poisonous snake drawn from another realm. And in a moment, it lashed out at a student who thought he was better than everyone else. I could have let it happen. I hated him. He was mean and cruel and rude. But I didn't. I locked the Viper away in time and saved his life. It is
Larissa? I was about to... Larissa was going to say something after Ben's done.
It is not my way. In the tribes, we are stronger together. We survive together. Then he looks at Tannen again.
So Larissa gets up and she comes and hugs Ben and she said, "You have proven yourself many times over to me." And then just pats his back and goes and sits back down.
I am still very sorry about the horns comment. I'm so sorry.
It is forgotten.
So, as the night wanes...
Real quick, before we move on, Bill, I'm going to sit, and I'm just going to close my eyes and try my best to see if I can connect dots with the yellow figure and see if I can reach out.
So you're going to intentionally try to invoke him?
I'm gonna connect and see if I can figure out if the muted yellow robes was actually him, and
Fucking
then
crazy? No.
and then I'm going to just see if he comes. I'm not gonna invoke him. I'm gonna see if he comes.
Roll me an insight check.
Also, Trish, your camera is still off. I don't know if that was intentional or not.
It is.
Okay.
No, I'm seeing her camera.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not
Yeah.
seeing her at all.
Yeah,
Weird.
it's on.
Yeah, she's on for mine.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's really random. Weird.
That's a 23.
Okay. Thinking back about the dream that you had the night before, you don't think the dream was the yellow robe figure. You think whatever this six-eyed creature is, his intent is to entice you to come to him to tell you more about what this figure could be. As if he has an answer.
Bastard.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not trying to entice that yellow robe figure. That's all I needed.
It's not the yellow robe figure. This creature of this island is offering you knowledge. But as you're done thinking on this, you look up, and in the woods you see a figure, but it's not the yellow robe figure.
Can I see what it is?
You see a very large, white-skinned individual covered in tattoos walking out of the woods towards your camp. And then as you see him, you see several more coming behind them.
I'm gonna grab my rapier, and who's closest to me?
Whoever you want to be.
I don't know who's sitting closest to me. I'd be like, I'm gonna kind of lowly whistle, and then look up.
Oliver turns around, at attention to whatever it is that she's looking at.
As you guys are making camp, before you could get your ball up, you do notice Larissa standing up and pointing out five tall, fur-clad, bald humanoids, taller than Oliver, walking out of the woods carrying spears and weapons out at their sides, walking towards your camp quietly.
Like quietly, like intentionally quietly, like they're trying to sneak up on us, or
They're not trying to hide.
I'll step out.
I'm going
Sorry.
to use him. I'm going to use emboldening bond immediately on myself and Oliver and Larissa.
And
can
Oliver will stand silently and kind of just rest his hand on his sword, but not saying anything, just kind of standing and looking at them.
Bill, do
Four
they
of
have to
the-
be walking towards us, or are they just like passing by?
They are walking towards your camp. They are walking towards where you are. Did you
Okay.
guys make a fire?
We didn't specify, but as we are traveling out, I would say no, because we know the dome will provide us all the heat we need.
Yeah.
Mm.
So when they get to within 60 feet, I'll call out to them and say, "Well met there, friends. What brings you around these parts?"
One towards the center steps forward a little bit more. Four of them stay behind, and he places his spear butt in first and kind of leans on it a little bit. Very tall individual. Thick Russian-esque accent. Bill's gonna try one. Don't know how it's gonna come out.
It's fine.
Yuta, he expresses and greets your group. Did any of you encounter an owl bear?
I look back. I look back at the group, and then I look back to them, and I said, "We came across there was a trap and some blood, but we didn't see anything about that.
Roll a deception.
That's fine."
Oh man!
I have a plus 10, fucking plus 11 to my deception. I rolled a 2, so it's a 13.
And as you do, Ben has already expanded his vision out to see multiple potential timelines, and he just blinks to cover the briefest flash in his eyes. And I will use my class ability, my chronal shift ability, to force you to re-roll. You may resist if you wish.
I resist! No, okay.
No, I'm
gonna
kidding.
roll
You can't resist.
my dice this time. Okay, with a plus 10, or plus 11. Okay, better. It's an 18. Still not great, but it's not a 2.
Yeah.
With what I rolled originally, I'm sticking with that. He looks at you as if he does not believe you. He says, "Now, we tracked your tracks to this camp from the empty trap that we found. And we have a predicament that if you freed this owlbear, you are now responsible for."
What predicament is that?
What might that predicament be?
You see, I am, and he hits his chest, I am chief of my tribe from the mountains, and we were trapping a great southern owlbear for my child's rite of passage, and he points to one of the individuals behind him. He was to face the owlbear alone in combat and defeat it to be a man among my people. And now He does not have that. So you have deprived my child of his manhood.
It seems
Oliver kind of look.
It seems that he has yet to earn his manhood, if you do not mind me saying.
This is correct.
How is
Wait. Oliver was going to say something.
All like the reaction that this guy is giving, Oliver just kind of like looks indignant, and will pull another trap that he has in his pack, apparently, because I had one for some reason, and toss it on the ground, and state, "Then perhaps the next time you use one of these, you stay close enough to not leave the creature suffering."
The men behind him look offended when you say this. And he looks at you. The creature would not have suffered. He would have been taken back to our camp and healed, treated like the god he should be, and then he would face my son whole and strong.
Well, what we found was a creature in pain, and you nowhere nearby. So, perhaps next time you will not leave your god to suffer needlessly.
You start seeing the men behind him kind of grow angry at this.
Cillian's hand drops to one of his pistols visibly, and he taps it, and he's like, No. There's no need for violence here. You be about your business and be more careful in the future, and we can go about ours.
We have a debt that needs to be paid tonight. One of you must face my son alone. You freed his challenge. You become his challenge.
Ben starts laughing. Different tribes, different rights.
And tell us a little more about this right here. Kind of challenge are we talking about?
They all kind of laugh. If you, little man, if you fear death, that is not the purpose of this. He must face a great warrior alone and survive, is only.
And must the other warrior die?
In all things, death is a possibility, but no, it is not a requirement. But it must be alone.
When you say he must face a great warrior, which you've one of us in mind?
I did not until just a moment ago, as he looks at Oliver. You insult my people and my god. I would like for you to be the challenge for my son.
Well, why don't you leave that up to us?
Actually, I have a better idea. Let it happen. Then they are indebted to us, and they can show us the way to the broken gates. Oliver can handle a pup.
So it kind of like looks at Oliver, looks back, and looks at Oliver, and looks back.
It's
And
gonna
then
be
if-
one of those like Andre the Giant type moments where like Oliver like steps out and then
Yeah, I was say he's like way bigger.
I mean, we can see his son, right?
Yeah.
oh, his
And
son is here. Oh, I didn't think he was here with the. Okay,
Yeah.
No, he pointed to one of the men behind him.
my bad.
And
okay.
he said he's taller than Oliver, right?
The one he points to is a little lower.
So can we make any kind of like insight or study him at all just to see? I don't know how he carries himself.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I like?
Would he pointed to one of the men behind him?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm asking about.
So,
Yeah.
as you all are doing this, Oliver will go ahead and take a step forward and Well, I was the one that pried the trap off of its leg, so perhaps this is fitting then.
Yeah, but I played some pretty sweet calming music.
Yeah.
It
I was like, but I
it
asked
was
Cal to
very
go
nice
down there.
music. I did like it quite a bit.
I think we should.
The one
You
that
know
called
what?
him,
Go ahead, Bill. I'm sorry.
the one that called himself Chief says, "We enjoy music. If you like to play during the challenge, you can. We can accompany."
Ben will reach into his coat and take out the replica of the chest, and in full view of the entire group, summon the chest. And as it flips open on its own, he will take out his dragon-headed fiddle and close the chest and sit on it Indian style. And it is like a Mongolian horsehead fiddle, basically. And he sits Indian style on top of his purple and ivory chest
Getting ready
And
to play
and just starts playing a low drone tone.
the getting ready to play The Devil Came Down to Georgia.
Where mine went.
Yeah, I was like,
You see, the chief turns around and says, "Mock, step forward." And this smaller, white-skinned individual does step forward from the pack.
Oh, we're doing this like right now.
so wait, Bill.
Okay.
I know it doesn't. In this particular robe ability doesn't work like that. But because I've been using insightful fighting, can I make like a perception check just to see if I can tell like what type of fighting he's gonna do, or like anything about him as a person, or
Roll a insight. As this is going on, the chief says,
wait, I'm using a lucky. That was horrible. How do I have a plus whatever to this? And it's like crap. Okay, that's a 21.
okay. The young man walking forward seems very confident in his abilities, whatever they may be.
Oliver, if you need us, we are here. But I have faith in you.
Yeah,
As
I
you
wanna-
say that out loud, the chief interrupts. "He must fight my son alone, or it is an insult."
He'll do it alone.
He will do it alone.
I was referring to the music. I say mockingly.
Oliver looks back at Ben for a moment, and his eyes fade that shade of paler shade almost to white. And next to you, sitting cross-legged on the ground with a drum in front of it, is his echo that silently is like beating the drum to play along with you.
Oliver, hum a tune, a battle cant from your tribe.
What he would start, I'm not even going to try and
That's fine.
replicate it, but what he would start doing is giving almost like a Native American kind of chant, like a sort of deal, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like a pulsing,
Yeah.
very breathy.
Right.
So
Yeah,
before this starts, I want to walk up to Oliver. I'm gonna put a hand on his shoulder. I'm gonna say, "You sure about this?"
If I can do this and prove to them that there's a better way for them to do what they were doing, it is worth it.
Well, I've seen you fight ogres, so this shouldn't be much of an issue. I'm gonna give you a D6 bardic inspiration.
Nice.
The young man takes off his furs. They're very heavy furs for the southern climate that you guys are in now. He takes off his fur coat. He goes down to his pants. You see his white skin is covered in blue tribal tattoos of bears and claw marks. As he tosses his coat to the side, the tribal chief that you now know is his father Mock, what weapon do you face your challenge with? And he stands and he makes fists and he holds them down to his side, very presenting himself. And you see a younger voice. I will face him with my bare hands.
Oh shit, he's got bare hands.
The chief looks at you. What is your name and what is your tribe?
In the left corner, weighing in at 800 pounds.
I am Oliver Runvadar of the Nor tribe.
What weapon do you use today?
Oliver will sling off the greatsword that's on his back and plant it into the ground. And what was also strapped on his back that he's still carried with him is the maul that he had brought with him from the north.
I'm gonna beat you with a stick, boy.
It's a big fucking stick is what it is. So he will use that instead of the blade.
As this is going on, Hearth allows everyone to make their preparations, and steps forward, kind of raises a hand, indicates towards the chieftain. If you will permit me, I would like to bless this ceremony.
We have such rights among my tribe. We will respect yours.
And Hearth begins to trace hands through the air in gestures of prayer with divine significance, and energies begin to erupt forth from their body to drift into the both combatants at this point. We stand here to prove the hardiness of this young warrior. Let us find a way to have him earn the respect that they believe is theirs. And motivational speech has been cast
Okay.
on both of you,
Shit.
which gives them both 5 temporary hit points and advantage on wisdom saving throws.
Okay.
Damn it.
In the silence after the speech, you see one of the other guys is carrying a covered trap on his waist, and you start hearing a screech come over it, and he smacks the trap, and you see this like little lizard-like snout stick in his head out from under the trap, and he smacks it to shut it up.
Is that my dragon?
While Ben is just, I'm not doing anything fancy, just playing a really low drone on my large fiddle, close my eyes and open them again, and they flash green. And I look through the potentials of this fight as my head kind of flicks back and forth, kind of all Doctor Strangey on it. And one of the pearls in my pocket crumbles to dust as a mote of potential emerges, not visibly, but, apparates in Oliver, and I will cast Fortune's Favor upon you.
Okay. About this time, with all the magic going off, the chief looks very concerned a little bit, but he doesn't say anything. If both of you are ready, the challenge will commence. So, roll initiative.
So, in response to that, Let's be done with this, boy. Show me that you are a man.
The drone of the fiddle increases in pitch.
Oh yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm playing along with Ben as well.
Jam sesh!
That will be a dirty 20 on initiative for Oliver.
All right, you have the first. So you go.
Wasting no time with this. If this boy's supposed to prove something, then he best prove it. Oliver his eyes will fade the rest of the way as he goes into a rage, and he will rush forward with his beat stick to lay something down.
To commence to beat.
Yeah, so we're just making these regular attacks not reckless for now. So that is a 16 to hit on the first attack.
You hit.
Don't forget that D6 inspiration.
Oof. And I'll go ahead and use the D6 on.
No, you don't have to.
So the second attack was a 13 with the D6. That brings it also up to a 16. So I'm assuming both attacks would hit then.
Yes, they do.
Okay. So that is going to be 1. Okay. 7, 9 plus. Hold on. 7 plus 9 is 16 plus 14 is going to be a total of 30 points of damage across the 2 attacks. Bludgeoning, not magical, just with them all.
Okay.
So,
as you hit him, they land solidly. You hear the hits vibrate off your arms as he steps. Well, I'll have you step in as he steps to the side, and he looks shaken by your attacks. But as he does, you see his body kind of contorts, and you start hearing the sounds of muscles popping as veins start bulging out of his neck, and fur starts to grow from his body.
Oh,
nice.
As he changes and becomes
Yeah.
a werebear.
where?
Right there.
There, bear.
There.
There, bear. Thank you.
You start as that's going on, you see the tribal members that are with him start pounding their fists into their hand rhythmically as if part of a ceremony.
That explains why they think it's a god.
Sure does.
So that is his action. Oliver, back to your turn.
Oliver will continue. He'll make 2 more attacks. The first one is an 18 on the die. That's for sure going to hit. The second one is a 5 on the die, so that's only 13. Assuming
The
second
D6.
one. I already used it. I used it last round.
Both of them hit.
Both of them hit. Okay. All right. So that is going to be another 10, 18, or 10, 17, 31 points of bludgeoning damage.
As you smack him with your maul, it's not magical, is it?
It is not.
The damage does not seem palpable to him whatsoever. He's
afraid of
just
that.
taking it. And you just
As
kind
in
of
it
see
did
this.
nothing, or it didn't do as much as before?
It doesn't look like it affected him at all.
Oh shit!
Well, good deal, guys.
He-
I'm fucked now.
He kind of snarls at you, and the snarl of the bear face is almost a smile. As he
Choke him out.
lets
Choke him out.
choke him out. As he lets into you with 2 claw attacks.
Okay.
What's your armor?
17.
So the first one's going to be a 9. The next one is a 17 on the dot.
So
okay.
wait. Do I? Second. So, as a reaction, I'm gonna stop playing for a second, and I'm gonna say, "You call that an attack?" And I'm gonna use cutting words on him.
Okay. That has to be announced before I announce the result, though.
Okay, well then.
Yeah, save
Next time, let me know.
Okay. So.
All right, so
that's
one
gonna
hits,
be
one misses.
9 points of slashing damage.
Okay, reduced to 4. So
Yep.
I am raging. All right. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, that makes things problematic.
He did not lie. He is facing you with his bare hands.
Yep.
His bare hands.
Oh, I got it. As soon as you turned him into, I went, oh, bare hands. Got it.
DM dad joke.
Jesus Christ. Alright, well, there's literally nothing else that I can do that is going to affect him in any way, shape, or form. So I am going to make an attempt to grapple this dude and put him in a chokehold because there's literally nothing else that I can do.
Yeah.
All right, give me a grapple, which is athletics check.
Yep. That is going to be a 25. 17 plus 8.
You're raging, so you get advantage on that.
That's
right?
true, I do.
Yes, he does.
First roll was better, though, so.
All right, he's good. He gets a +4 to strength. So, oh, I missed. That's a 6.
So, with the second
flexible
swipe
there.
that this guy takes at Oliver, with that one having missed, he'll duck down under it and bring an arm up behind him, and then the other around his neck to put him into a pin. And at that point, Oliver is going to hold on to him and attempt to choke him out because punching him with a non-magical weapon is not going to do anything. So he will instead go for a submission of some sort.
I like it.
Okay. Which will modify some of this for the sake of time. I'm looking up suffocation damage right now.
Oh, it would take a long time based off
yeah.
of all of that.
Based off
a
of this
long
rules.
time.
When
So-
he attempts to break out, I'm gonna use cutting words. I'm gonna let you know that right now
Okay.
because I can use that on an ability check as well.
So on his turn, he will spend his action to try to break free
Yep.
of the grapple. So he'll roll his. All right, Derek. Before I announce the result,
I rolled a 6 on my cutting words.
so you subtract 6 from it.
Yes.
Oliver, you get advantage.
Yes, that is a 21.
Try as he might, you have him under his arm. You have him in an MMA move. You are choking him out. He does not break free.
I'm like, oh, I didn't realize we were fighting a little bitch bear.
There's a on the fiddle as you do that.
As Oliver puts him into this position, he says, I was trying to be fair with the use of the weapon that I chose, but if this is how it must be, and he will just continue to just strain on his neck.
Okay, then if this is, you're going to maintain it as long as you can, right?
I will maintain that to hold him into that pin if need be. I will use my action to continue to do that and choke him out, and I will further action surge for the sake of taking him in that position and flipping him down to like slam his head to the ground as I like get on top of him.
Okay. So you are currently on top of him. He's going to make, on his turn, he's going to make another attempt to break free. All right. Give me an athletics check.
That's another 18 on the die, so 26.
I'm gonna save my cutting words.
He got a 15, so you beat him. Just going into the next round.
It's
You
just
do
at
have
this.
that fortune's favor.
I'm aware. I know that it is there. I think
He attempts to
Oliver would
break-
probably view that as cheating to this scenario. I know I used the inspiration, but that's more of like a personal like oomph,
Yeah.
not a magical assistance. So,
Yeah, that's fine.
so are we continuing rolling here, or
Yeah, he just rolled to try to escape again.
okay? 23.
He rolled a 1.
Oh, this poor kid.
At this
As
point, he is snarling, digging into the ground as this is going on, trying to get you off his back.
just
He will attempt to break free again.
okay. That's a nat 20.
He rolled a 9. So going into the next round.
Oh, look over, Cillian. I don't know what we were worried about.
All right, that one's
You hear-
that one's
Heart
that one's
behind you says, "I
not
wasn't."
that one's not as good. That one's only going to be a total of 17.
Okay, hang on. Can I use cutting words on this or no?
Go ahead.
I say here. Oh yeah, it's hard to scratch when you can't breathe, huh? -3.
-3. On ties, they win, right?
So on
nothing
ties,
changes.
yeah. So on ties in a contested check, the status quo remains.
He had a
So
dirty 20.
so we matched on 17, which means the grapple stays.
Okay.
Whew.
So next round he tries to break free. All right.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20 tie.
Oh shit!
All right.
All right, one more.
Does he look like he's fading at all in this? The
He
bear?
looks pissed.
All right, that is another nat 20.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the problem. This is technically not an attack, it's a skill check. So it comes into those natural 20s count for skill checks. So what is
mean-
it without the natural 20?
So the total on the roll is still a 28.
Okay, yeah, you beat him. So for the sake of brevity, we're going to say that you have this boy, even though he's a +4 strength in his bear form, locked down. About a minute of this. Locked in. Give me one last check. Because every time we do a check, it's another round.
It's another
Nat 20.
fucking nat 20. I swear to God.
Oh my god.
That is so. I have advantage on. I have advantage on this. One of the dice is a 1. One of the dice is a 20.
But then when we come to like a non-combat encounter, you're gonna roll 2s.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's okay because that's what we want from Oliver.
And at the as it is apparent going into, I've lost count of the rounds.
This was his son.
Do what?
I was being told. That's fine.
No, I lost count of the rounds going in. So this is probably a minute, at least, of 10 rounds. The father begins to contort, and his muscles pop and change, and he becomes this even larger than the others. Don't center. There we go. Werebear, white, polar bear-like werebear standing above the others and gives off this roar. Bellowing more roar. As he does, the boy underneath you stops struggling.
So at that point, like, Oliver will maintain until he has confirmation, but like, is not continuing to like shove this kid's face in the dirt. And he will look back up and say, "If we are done, I will let him go."
As he transformed, since Hearth and Cillian and Larissa are over close to Ben, you swear you feel time slow down and start to dilate as Ben's getting really anxious.
I was a little concerned there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
you can almost
so-
imagine you see that like translucent spike that he uses with Mind Spike.
As the chief roars, the pounding of the fists from the tribal members stops.
In that moment, Oliver will teleport to his Echo's location, sitting down with the drum, and give a pop.
Nice.
Well done, boy.
They both stand up and they both start reverting back to their human forms, and as they stand next to each other.
Do.
He looks and he puts his hand on his son's shoulder. He has survived against a skilled opponent. My son has earned his manhood tonight. And he looks to you. Thank you for being his challenge. We will forgive you for your grievance of freeing the totem of our god that we would use for this. And we will make camp with you tonight.
Shit.
Oliver will stand up and walk over to the boy and hold out his arm, like in an attempt of like the warrior's
Warrior grip, yeah.
grip.
He returns it without an ounce of anger or resentment.
You are strong indeed. I think you would do your god proud.
Right, so campfire then. And climb off my chest, stick the fiddle back in it, chest vanishes, and go about collecting firewood. That was a fun encounter.
That was good.
Yeah.
So, on that note, you do make your camp for the night, joined by this group of northern tribesmen. From what you learn from them talking, they're from the eastern mountain range, or from the western top mountain range, from the mountains on the island.
Do we have
I
a
said
handout
Eastern.
for the map? I'm trying to remember.
I think we
You
do.
should.
I don't see one.
should.
I don't see one listed.
Yeah.
But
Nope. All the handouts are gone except for the Cillian's
it's
journal.
not that crucial. I was just gonna get a point of reference, but it can wait for another time.
Okay.
Do you know of this place, this broken gate?
Who are you asking?
The chief.
He looks as they bring out rations and food from their end. They share their food with you.
I'm gonna give
do?
him the apple smack.
They actually share an alcohol from their tribe that they make up there. They don't really mention what it's made out of, but it's very fruity and very strong.
Awesome.
We are not that familiar with the southern part of the island, but the ruins that you speak of it is a dark place. Our mystics know of it.
We were told that this part of the island can be dangerous. Would you be able to take us there?
We don't venture that far south, but yes, this part of the island is dangerous. It's why we hunt the great owlbear here.
I feel like this tribe was purposefully made for Trish. As we're sitting there talking with them, Ben is going to pull out his deck of cards as he's been experimenting with a new spell, and is going to take a draw and attempt to cast a spell and fail because he doesn't know that spell yet. But as he continues to work on it, and he places 3 cards out in succession, he draws the Wild Oracle, the Companion, and an upside down Fiend, and just kind of looks at them very strangely, picks them back up.
As the night goes on, you do notice that the one tribal member that's had the small covered cage on his waist, has set it off, and he has in his lap the trap from the owlbear. Apparently he's recovered it, and he's trying to clean it and fix it and reset it. Occasionally taking rations and throwing them to whatever it is in that cage. And you just see a little snout come out, takes
I'm
it
gonna
back.
like peer into the cage, just kind of.
It's covered with a leather tarp right now.
Where did you find your friend?
He looks up at you. Do you speak to me, Horned One?
I'm disguised.
Oh, you didn't mention that.
Yeah. I was disguised before you took over my character. So,
Yeah, but you gotta reset it. It's a hat of disguise.
yeah. I am disguised. If I'm leaving the town, because now I know that it's an artificial, like, happiness, I am disguised.
Okay.
So, where did you find your friend?
He is a nuisance that's been plaguing our tribe for several weeks. We brought him to release him while we're here. We have not found a proper place yet.
I'm gonna kind of, like, do you mind if I won't release him, but do you mind if I look?
As you get closer, you see what looks like a tail comes sticking out from the cage, and the end of it looks like a scorpion stinger.
Shit.
Whoa.
I wondered.
Very interesting.
He is feisty and annoying.
What is he doing?
He wants out.
No, I mean, what is he doing to your tribe?
Anything of value or shiny, he steals and hides.
It's a niffler.
My niffler, I know.
I think we know someone who would be very interested in that if you were interested in trading him.
He looks at you very confused. He is a creature of the woods. We're not slavers. We just wanted to relocate him away from our tribe.
I think this man is interested in taking him far away from here. Would be far away from your tribe. He seeks the things that this creature hoards elsewhere.
Bill knows who you're talking about.
Yeah.
He reaches over and he pulls the leather cover off this cage, and you see before you a miniature version of a dragon. And
so not what I was thinking of.
completely red scales with a tail that ends in a scorpion's tail, as it looks very frightened to all of you, and just kind of stares, trapped in his cage. It tries to spread its wings, and the edges of the cage catch him, and he can't catch flight, and he just looks at Larissa and looks as you see like a little bit of smoke and flame comes out of his mouth.
I apologize. I
adorable.
was mistaken. And then I will switch to Draconic
Yeah, I was about to say I was gonna
And-
switch to Conic because it's closer, but go ahead.
and say, "Peace, little one. Peace." Tannen starts mean mugging Ben when he's talking to this thing.
How dare you?
How dare you?
That's exactly what's happening. I'm not replacing you. Fine.
I'm gonna look at him and I will not. Trish as character, not as character. Trish is not gonna pop open the cage and take the poor baby dragon.
He, as you get closer to it, and it makes eye contact with you, Larissa,
Mhm.
you get this overwhelming sense of emotion of wanting to be free. And you get an image of the top of this cage being open and him flapping away.
Yo.
Feel if our little friend needs to go now. I think this is where he thinks his home is.
You also get an image of him flapping back to the mountain.
I'm gonna speak in Draconic to it and be like, you cannot go back there. You cannot bother these people again.
Never mind.
Mm.
Give me an animal handling.
You know, I'm not real good at that, but okay.
This says the person that wants like every pet in the world.
That's a 17.
Solid.
Yeah. I only have a +1 on animal handling. Oh, good went bad.
When you say that, it kind of, you get this feeling of sadness and loss. You get the image in your head of a hollowed out tree somewhere,
Mhm.
filled with gold coins and like shiny rocks and trinkets.
Oh shit.
So
But
I'm gonna.
but an acceptance.
Okay. I'm going to reach into one of my pouches and hold out 100 go coins and just say, in exchange, you leave them alone. You may have this.
Its head perks up and it forgets it's in a cage, and poof, it hits the top of the cage.
And I'm going to look at the person holding him like, me and your friend have come to an understanding. He is to take this and leave you alone. He's ready to go.
The trapper looks at you. You know he lies, right? You getting the images in your head and the emotions? Yeah, this thing lies. You know how many times he told us he would leave our tribe alone, and he just comes back?
I'm gonna use an insight and see if the dragon's lying.
Okay, disadvantage because you've never dealt with this guy before.
Okay,
Also, because you a sucker.
because I'm a sucker. Yeah. Wait, I'm reloading that. So it's a 15 because I rolled a 19 and then a 15, so it's a 15.
Oh, you think it's being honest? You look at it, and it's almost giving you the Sarah McLachlan PSA cage eyes.
Christ.
Yeah. Ben is just laughing and looking at Tana and going, "You see, this is why you don't not with a dragon. No.
In the arms
You are so much
of
better.
the celestials.
Fly away from here."
I do.
Pans into him in the cage.
In the arms of the celestials.
Yeah.
We have problems.
We do have problems.
We did Sarah McLachlan. We did Titanic earlier.
Yeah.
All of us have problems. Okay.
What are you talking about? This is peak D&D right here.
I do believe him, but I have not had much dealings with him, so
He's a dragon. They steal things.
The trapper looks very annoyed. He looks at the dragon.
I'm gonna turn back to Ben and be like, in Draconic, and be like, I steal things.
You're a dragon in Draconic.
So
The trapper looks. I don't know. As we can't have him coming back to the tribe.
and then
You are being merciful to release him instead of slay him.
No, this is the last time we try. He comes back, we kill him.
I'm gonna look at him.
You
and
are
say,
being merciful.
I'm gonna look at the little dragon and say, your choices are: you go away, leave them alone. They do what they want with you, or you come with me.
You get the feeling coming from him that he's pondering it. But roll a persuasion with the trapper.
That's a crappy thing too. That's a natural 20, so it's a 22.
Hell yeah.
Alright, I will let him go, but if he comes back to our tribe, I will have a belt made out of him.
That is more than fair.
Fair.
And he goes to undo the cage, you see the tail kind of flip out and sting his hand real quick as the trapper goes, "Oh shit!" And you see it start to swell. He passes his Constitution saving throw. But his hand swells a little bit. He's like, "You little..." He hits the top of the cage, and the cage pops open, and you just see a fluttering of wings. And this, almost in your head, this mocking emotion of F you.
So it's Bill as a pseudo dragon.
Bill as a pseudo dragon.
My notes say Larissa gets suckered by pseudo dragon.
Yeah.
And give me a dexterity check, Larissa.
Okay. Doo-doo-doo. Oh gosh. Okay, that's a 9.
Okay.
Oh man. So
You're-
check or save? Because it looks like you just rolled a
Just a
save.
check.
Oh,
Just a
okay. Hold on. Okay, hold on.
I just need a dexterity check.
Oh, check. That's still a 9.
Oh no.
So the coins in your hand explode in all directions as this thing flies down and grabs as many as it can.
Okay, well, I was about to lose them anyway, so.
And you hear a flapping off.
And pick whichever one's up he didn't get.
Which direction?
Mhm.
Do what?
Which direction is it flopping off?
West.
Okay, how many did I lose out of that 100? Did I lose all of it?
With its little teeny tiny hands, you lost about 5.
Oh, okay. We could do that. That's tight. We can have some coins.
You see the as you now
That's a trade.
learned, the Goliath takes a dagger and cuts open the wound and starts sucking out the poison and spitting it out. He says, The thing is, I don't know the term, and a trader once told us, jerk.
Yes, that is correct. It is a jerk.
So, unless anybody else needs to roleplay anything with this tribe,
So Oliver would at some point have a conversation with the chief and or the son. What warnings can you give as we make our way further toward this broken gate? What do you know of the area?
speaking to them, you do glean a little bit from their culture. The trapping of the owlbears, they see it as a more of a ceremony. It does work the beast up into a fervor, which makes it better for fighting. They do treat it very well as it comes back to their tribe. They hold it for upwards to a week, tending to it, feeding it, taking care of it. Then the person that makes the challenge does fight it in bear form. And then the creature is re-released. So it is barbaric to you, but is very much part of their culture.
That's fair.
When it comes,
It's honestly better than what it initially seemed. So
Yeah.
it going into it, the warnings that you get from them, they mostly stick to the mountains, and they tell you of dark things up there that kind of mirror dark things down here. They speak of a shadow that flies, which you guys, I've already heard of that, a shadow over Providence Island. A shadow that flies, an entire city of giants that has been relocated because their city was destroyed. Their hallowed hall was destroyed years ago by the shadow that takes residence in it now.
Ooh.
And they had to relocate. And in their relocation, they end up fighting with the ogres a lot, which that's something else you've already aware of.
Yeah, that tracks.
They speak of the ice farmers and their dealings with them. They also speak of the weird monks that live in the Dust Monastery. They call them the Death Eaters. Or the Ash Eaters.
Pleasant.
For the sake of moving along, we don't have to RP the whole aspect of it, but Oliver would try and get an idea of where this this shadow has taken up residence in the old giant home, where that is on the island, if he can garnish that.
The largest mountain, there is a mountain range on the island. There's two separate peaks. The largest peak is called Frost Halo. And it's a very, you guys have seen it from a distance. It's a very quick climb up to the Frosted Ring. That is where the ice farmers harvest the ice for Kingsport with the whaling. Frost Halo is above that. They said that the home of the giants that was taken by the shadow is near the tip of the peak. It is they said it's a dark place, very taboo to their culture. They go nowhere near it. Even the giants don't venture there anymore.
Okay. But that's the other side of the island, right? That's not necessarily the area where we're trying to go to. That's just other things about. Yeah.
No. This island is large-ish. It's still an island.
Right.
It has a. You guys have heard of several different, for lack of a better term, biomes. There is a southern island. There's the southern side that you guys are going to, that is more tropical in its nature. Um, the city of Kingsport and Tesoro Bend is more temperate. You guys have been in those areas for a while. There's a frosted, almost very, very cold peaks of the mountain, as high as the mountain goes. And then just past the mountain on the northeastern side of the island is a marsh called Frost Marsh.
The only other thing,
And Frost. Well, go ahead.
go ahead. I'm gonna go to a different topic from what you were just talking about. So go ahead and finish.
Frost Marsh, as you know, is people have said the original natives of the island live there.
Okay. The only other thing Oliver would try and talk to them about is if they have any tribal legends or stories of the six red eyes, or of any of these like orange eyes that were hunting him in his dream.
Roll a persuasion to see if you can get them to talk about anything deep like that in their culture.
It's probably just a flat roll for me. That is persuasion. That's an 11.
Okay. They don't really go very deep. They obviously, being tribes like this, they have taboos and culture, different stories in their culture. They seem like they're holding stuff back. But with an 11, they don't go very deep in what they know.
That's fair. He wouldn't, if they won't talk on it, he won't push them. Understanding that like it's a dangerous topic.
Hey, Bill.
Yep.
I sent you a question off to the side for RP purposes.
Where did you send it?
Facebook.
There's so many different
I know.
questions.
Not gonna lie, I really wanted to keep that pseudo dragon.
Do you still have the bag?
I know.
Yeah, then you can pull it from the bag. Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing you're working on now.
No, just the bag. So Oliver, while you're sitting chatting with the chief, I don't know what their reaction would be, but I look to the rest of the party and I go, shh, and reach into my cloak and throw a little ball of fuzz down to the ground, and slowly growing legs and walking towards Oliver is this great big brown bear. And I'm smiling and I'm like to everybody else, like, shh. And up on all fours behind Oliver, and then just bear hugs him out of nowhere.
And like as the conversation's wrapping up with the chieftain, just starts wrestling around with Baloo.
As the bear appears, the chief does not look as reverent as was if it's a bear appearing, but he does pet the bear at one time, and he says, "You are a face spirit, are you not?"
He is, yes. His name is Baloo.
So he greets you. You are a good boy.
The best.
The best.
The best boy.
And Baloo goes and snugs with Oliver all night.
Oliver snuck shit out of his bear.
Cute.
Such bear.
So much
So-
bear.
As the night continues and the night goes, the next morning comes. You say goodbye to your new friends, the Northern Bear Tribe, or Northwestern Bear Tribe, as they head back up to the mountain.
Sweet.
Well, that was interesting. Yes. I feel like we all learned something valuable, except for Larissa. I am kidding. I am kidding.
Note to self: never help hurt owlbear. Never try to get dragon. It's okay.
As
I be-
you go ahead, Hearth.
I believe that worked out possibly the best for all parties. I am most pleased.
As you are getting your stuff together in the morning, ready to go, you do hear a flapping of wings, and in a limb next to the camp, you see red scaled figure land with its tail kind of hanging underneath the rope, underneath the limb, as it's just eyeing you guys.
I'm gonna talk to it again and be like, "So you're back." Draconic.
You get the image of your head of you pouring gold into your hand.
I'm not giving
A little
you more.
freeloader.
Yeah.
I'm not giving you more gold. You may come with us and obtain your own.
His eyes kind of glint, and you see an image of yourself sleeping at night, and it crawling up on your chest and stabbing you between the eyes with its tail.
Try it. Yeah. That is your choice. Are you coming or are you going to stay in the tree?
It flaps off.
So is that thing threatening you?
I believe so. But I am not worried.
I can just kill it.
I am not worried. It is just trying to get my gold. It'll be okay. He either comes or he doesn't.
Okay, well, let me know. I will kill it.
So, heading into this third day, I believe, of this journey. Who is going to get
We
who's
are
gonna
in
give us
day 14.
on the island?
Yeah.
Day 14 on the
Yeah.
island. Okay.
Almost halfway.
Almost.
16 more days, and about the boats should start coming back.
Oh, man. Well, do we know how much farther we have to go? We should be getting close, yes?
We should be there fairly soon.
Today, sometime.
Give me whoever's helming this, give me a survival check. And whoever's giving him an advantage, tell me what you're doing. And roll me a roll.
I'm happy to continue to guide unless somebody else wants to jump in here on it.
I'll do the same thing I did last time. I'll look on the ground, see if I can see a path, look and see if I see any animals, look to see if I see any brushes, look in the distance, see if I can see any type of cave, and then I'm going to also use my eye for detail. So,
I love the trim on this jacket.
It's so fashionable.
so fashionable. So to help Oliver, that's a 15. And then what do you want me?
No, you just need to get above a 10, then he can roll advantage.
It's cocked.
While I'm looking, I'm also going to use the eye for detail, which allows me to spot a hidden creature or object in the path above us. So that's a perception check.
Okay.
And with advantage, that will be a total of a 24 survival check.
Yeah. My
19
perception
on
is
the
a
die.
dirty. Perception's a dirty 20.
Okay. So, over the course of the next day, traveling through and skirting the edge of the coast, getting deeper, you start getting into warmer weather. It is a little bit warmer on the southern side of the islands, be it the volcanic activity underneath the island with the steam vents coming up, or the fact that there's a big blazing sun in the sky. You do know that you are getting, within the year, you are getting into the tail end of the summer months.
As we travel into the kind of things start to get warmer, this will actually be the first time Hearth has seen this. Much like if you had any interactions with those from the Arcanums, the various basically towers of the Magisters, my clothing starting at one corner just shimmers and changes from one side to the other, and instead of like a closed up high collared warmer coat, it is very open, like silk shirt underneath, loose pants, very like Lawrence of Arabia style. The turban never changes. The turban is a mundane artifact, but my clothing changes.
Fancy bitch.
Yeah. I'm dressed for all occasions, yo.
So, throughout the course of the day, as you're wondering, Larissa, with your dirty 20, you start noticing you are being followed by a small red flapping creature that's not making his presence hidden. He's landing on limbs every now and again, and you occasionally get pierced into your head images of gold.
Vix croaks at him occasionally.
Tannen mean mugs the shit out of him the whole time.
I'm gonna say Interconic again. I already told you.
And
You can come and get it yourself, but I am not giving you more. And I am keeping my party from hurting you.
And for those of you who speak ancient Arcadian, Tannen means dragon.
Oh, does it? No.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
like in his background canonically, Tannen means dragon.
So, going through the woods, it starts getting into more, you start seeing more ferns, a couple of pine, God, lack for a better word, why is it? Palm trees. You start seeing palm trees near the coast. You do start seeing rock outcroppings that don't look natural. Like, that, it takes a little bit, but you're like, that used to be part of a building. That was a statue at one time. Like, right now, it's indistinguishable what it formerly was. Until the party eventually shows up, and in the distance, you see the remnants of a ruin before you. And welcome to Broken Gate.
Whew.
Dun dun dun!
Da-da-da. Yeah.
There's a moment where Ben just stops. And just stares as the group kind of continues forward a little bit.
This place does not have a particularly good feeling about it.
No.
You start hearing, as you near the ruins, one thing over everything else, you start hearing the sound of the ocean. And you start realizing how close to a cliff's edge this ruin is.
Ben has still not gotten any closer to it yet.
How far did we stop to the ruin?
How far
away
did
is
you
it?
stop?
I'd say
Say-
about, yeah, safe. Like 20 feet.
It's eerily quiet here, but yeah, you do stop about 20 feet back.
And that's when you'll realize that Ben probably stopped a little while ago, kind of drifted back and just stopped.
Yeah, I'll follow Ben's lead in the situation.
I'm gonna kind of look back and just look forward, and I'm gonna like study it for a second, see if I can see an opening that might be hidden or like a secret door.
Bill, on our way here, I want to be like flipping through my uncle's journal, just seeing if it has anything about like the approach to the ruins, like how to get inside, any dangers we might encounter, anything like that.
Looking back, you did see that he mentioned something about setting a defense for people that may try to get inside the lower levels and hiding the entrance.
Like they hid the entrance, or the entrance is already hidden.
They hit the entrance because they did not know when they were going to be coming back.
Right. Okay.
But right now, you guys are on the outskirts of the ruins. You haven't went into the ruins proper yet.
Right. So I'll share that information with the party, and
I can go first to see if I can see any type of traps or hidden door. If that's what we need.
well,
At this point, Oliver's pretty well deferring to particularly Cillian right now in terms of what knowledge is where, and will gladly let others take the lead.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at Cillian, waiting to see what he wants me to do.
well, standard protocol for the college is to progress carefully and to have the magic users make sure that there's no magical barriers. So if you give Ben and I about approximately 11 minutes here, we'll be able to head forward and detect magic as you look for the more like mundane types of traps and things.
As you guys are milling about towards the edge of this ruin, you see a really quick red streak go into the ruin.
If he dies in there, it's not my fault.
Kind of flies through the door, flaps, comes on top, and lands on one of the topmost peaks, and just kind of spreads its wings and looks down at you guys.
We look up at it and be like, was that necessary?
Mechanically, I'm casting Detect Magic as a ritual, so I need 11 minutes to do that.
Okay.
I assume Ben has that as well. We don't both necessarily need to do that, but
Yeah.
Ben is sitting down on a rock, packing his pipe.
I'm
and I
gonna
don't know what my Detect Magic looks like. Have I described that yet? I don't think I have.
Nope. You pull out a divining rod through those brass divining rods.
Honestly, so this comes from my Eldritch Invocations. So this is not a bard thing. This is actually from my patron. So you probably see that coin that I wear around my neck, like almost pulsing with like a really soft light periodically. And I'm just like sitting there with my eyes closed, kind of muttering to myself. It sounds like I'm talking to somebody, but you can't really make out anything that I'm saying.
I'm gonna be very careful looking for anything that's hazardous, but I'm gonna go 10 feet away from that arch that the dragon's sitting, or the pseudo dragon's sitting under, and be like,
Are you going through the arch?
you said he's on the arch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
I'm just,
flew through it and landed on top of it.
I'm not going through it. I'm standing like 10 feet away from it,
So
not through it. I'm just looking at him.
this is what you guys see in terms of the ruins.
And so, like, is this like a double archway, basically?
Yeah.
the stairs here? Okay.
Yeah. So is he on the left or in the? I guess where am I? Is what I want to try to figure out.
So you guys, you guys would be far back here, trying to figure out going into this ruin.
Okay. And I moved up closer, and he's here, right?
Yeah.
So I moved up to about here.
So what is everybody doing? Since we're just standing here not doing anything.
Well, I mean, I'm casting detect magic. As soon as that's done, I'm ready to
Yeah.
move forward.
Yeah, it's done. You take your 11 minutes and you do it.
Cool. And then I want to send Nyx up and around to just give me a bird's eye view.
I'm going to.
What you're seeing is pretty much what you're seeing right now.
I figured. I just wasn't sure if he saw any figures, any like thing that might be unseen.
No, not necessarily. No.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
gonna kind of scold even though he didn't do anything yet, the little dragon, be like, "You leave him alone."
So I'll proceed with Larissa, like basically checking for traps in front of me, and I'll be periodically like brush the coin on my chest, and then just trying to see if there's any magical defenses or anything here.
Mm-hmm.
So since I think this
Well,
might be getting lost just a little bit, like Ben is still 100 feet away, sitting on a rock, not coming any closer.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna turn around and look at Ben and be like, "Are you coming?"
Like, I kept dropping hints, and I think it's just getting lost in the excitement. Like, rewinding before you talked about approaching, all of that, like Ben stopped and did not proceed any further.
I'm just gonna kind of turn.
I understand that, but the
Say
party
anything?
they kept moving forward.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering.
So you got left behind, buddy.
Yeah, so like if y'all continue forward, awesome. But Ben is still back yonder,
Okay.
packing his pipe and looking at the ruin. Lights his pipe and just sits there and smokes. Very
yeah, Hearth,
unlike him.
Hearth not, I mean, knowing Ben a bit, but not knowing you that well, and effectively being at the place that was their mission from go, or all signs point to this. Once the following Cillian to figure out the detect magic, and Hearth's going to step inside and analyze the architecture here. Does this look to be ancient Arcadian?
Yeah, that's good. I want to know that too.
So who's stepping inside the ruin?
So if me, Larissa, and Hearth, if we're not detecting a magic immediately,
Or there's not a trap sitting directly in the arch, because I was looking for that too.
You do not notice any traps. No magic. Going into this ruin, the three of you, Hearth immediately, Cillian after some recognition because of your archaeological background. This is very much pre-Dark Age of Magic Arcadian architecture. Before the fall. What's left of it?
Larissa's gonna look at Cillian and Hearth and then look back, notice that she can't see Ben, look back, like, kind of, and starts walking back towards Ben.
So,
Okay.
sorry, I was dealing with a little bit of a stream issue there. So, Oliver would have kind of held back from you all going in and kept himself a little. He would not have left Ben alone. While the rest of you all started to investigate things. So he at very least would have kept Ben in sight, and is largely just kind of keeping an eye out on watch. So as you realize Ben isn't there, you would look back and you would probably still see Oliver. Like,
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'd still head back. I've had more dealings with Ben than almost everybody else.
As you walk back, he doesn't even seem to really pay attention to you.
You're gonna kind of stoop down to eye level.
He's looking at the ruins and smoking his pipe.
so
I can't do it.
I'm gonna say Ben.
So, sorry, he just said something. What did you say?
I don't think I can do it.
You don't think you could do what?
This.
Go in here?
Yeah.
Why?
It looks so familiar. He would... And gesturing with his pipe, and his staff leaning up against his shoulders. The tower would go there. There would be a bridge there, so a skyship could land. And it's probably at the bottom of the ocean now, but there would be a port there. And probably an ancillary tower or structure there. It's all standard. We built thousands of them. All over. Can't do
Going-
this.
I'm not gonna pretend I know how this feels or what a shock this is, but there is something in there tainting that which you built.
I mean, I didn't build it, but not this one anyway. I helped with some others, but
Yes, but it is tainting what you as people tried to do.
he looks directly at you for the first time. Up until now, I can pretend like it's all just a bad dream or another place. I died. My physical form died in the building, just like that one. This is... It's like going back to your home that you heard got burned down. And then seeing it.
When he says that, like, you see that Larissa's eyes just completely start to water and her breath starts to hitch. And she says, while I don't understand what it is to have died and go to the Dreamlands and come back, I can promise you I know what it is to have your home burned to the ground and have to go back to it. We have to do what I did then. We cannot allow any type of evil to taint its memory. Use that. And then she's gonna put her hands around your hands and be like,
He's shaking.
yeah, it's like, just, and like you just see, like, she closed her eyes, her breath hitched, and she says, this was done to me too. Let's not let them do it to something else. Come with me, and the moment The moment you cannot go further, I will stay with you. You did not leave me when I was scared and alone and did not know. I will not leave you.
Ben squeezes your hand back, stamps out his pipe and sticks it back in his pocket, but doesn't let go of your hand.
I'm just going to keep a hold of your hand and kind of start walking and said, we'll do this together.
Right.
And I look around for Tannen and be like, where is that cat?
Tannen is very concernedly following Ben, almost like a big brother.
I say, and I'm going to look at him and be like, you keep close. We might need you.
He'll come up to Ben's other side, and being almost 30 feet tall himself, he bumps into Ben.
So
Right.
I'm gonna go at Ben's pace. So you lead the way.
So, what are we doing?
Right now we are checking for magic traps and trying to find a secret way that is concealed into the ruins. And then I point up to the red dragon and I say, and he won't leave us alone. Or he won't leave me alone. But he's not doing anything bad quite yet.
Okay.
And so when you walk back into the ruins, I'm like very animatedly talking at Hearth, but like I'm asking him like I'm literally like rattling off questions, but I'm doing it so quickly that he doesn't really have the chance to answer. And so I'm like, and so like this section over here, was this like a storage area or was this more for like a guard post? And then over here, this I think this was used to be used for. Well, you can confirm this for me. What was this for?
And
I'm like
as soon,
totally nerding out about the Arcadian architecture.
as soon as I hear the questions, if me and Ben are close, I squeeze Ben's hand and I'm like, it's like it's okay, it's okay.
Yeah,
What does her
these
say?
questions. Yeah, Hearth is fielding one or two questions here and there from Cillian.
When I
But
pause
Hearth
to breathe.
is actively. Yeah. It'll be like pause to breathe. What is this? What is it? And this one over here. Oh wow, this is fascinating. And then storage area. It'll just be what these simple phrases coming out while very much analyzing the space itself and investigating the structure and seeing that everything going up is effectively crumbled and gone. Correct, Bill?
Yes.
All right. So Hearth is going to be looking for any entrances that might be subterranean down into the ground.
And my detect magic is still going, so I'd like to, if possible, I can circle the whole perimeter here fairly quickly.
Okay, walking around, you're not detecting any magic within 30 feet.
Alrighty.
While everybody else is looking for whatever they're looking for, specific to the ruins, Oliver's going to make a quick perimeter around and see if there's any signs of anything else having come or gone through the area, just to see if it seems like anyone else seems to have been here recently or anything along those lines.
All right.
Purposefully allowing Ben and Larissa kind of a bit of distance as they're dealing with what they're dealing with.
Roll me a survival check.
11. because roll had to go bad at some point. So
you're struggling a little bit, but one thing that you're picking up is not the absence of trail markings. It seems like creatures even avoid this place.
Comforting. It's fine, guys. It's fine.
It's all good.
This is fine.
Without having seen anything else, and if nobody else is coming up with much of anything, Olafur will take a few minutes stepping to the center of the ruins, and he would like to roll his bones to see what his ancestors have to say.
Okay.
Whenever that is relevant, like it would have taken him a while to look around, so get back to that whenever the timing makes sense.
I'm gonna ask Cillian, was there an area that the journal said the entrance might be?
Bill, is there anything in the journal about specifics about where?
It just says they hid the entrance.
Yeah, that's what I thought. No, there's nothing. There's nothing in here about that.
Back here, Ben.
Just that they hid it. They were afraid of other people stumbling across it, and they weren't sure when they were going to be back.
And having been in structures similar to this in the past, would I be able to kind of intuit where a kind of standard cellar or dungeon entrance would be? Just kind of generally, not specifics.
Given that the architecture for each tower was vastly different, it's a crapshoot.
Okay.
There wasn't like a standard plan.
Yeah.
Can I make a perception check to see if I can see like distortion somewhere or a hint that there might be like a secret door or an archway?
You can roll me an investigation check. Investigation is a wonderful tool. You guys don't use it very often.
Quietly under my breath, almost numb, Ben will follow Larissa, still not letting go of her hand if he can, and like just kind of gesture with his staff and be like, "It looks like a complete arch, and so it would hold a stronger structure underneath," and just kind of try to give her assistance. Just by describing basic architecture that he is familiar with. I'm happy to roll for it if you need me to.
Cillian is eating this shit up and like writing down furiously.
Okay.
Just like the most mundane details.
Just give me an investigation check, Larissa.
With advantage or without?
Without. Just give me an investigation.
18.
18.
Mhm.
So, over the course of walking around this ruin with everybody, pointing out various things, Hearth talking about the past, Ben and everything, just you start noticing that with all the piles of stuff, almost in this corner over here, the piles of stone almost seem too perfect.
I'm gonna...
And upon digging and kicking, you do unearth a cover.
I'm gonna kind of like tug on Ben's hand and point down. It's like, do you recognize this?
They're all different, but the stonework looks right.
I'm gonna point at the cover.
Is it
Say-
sealed? Like a solid cover piece? Or...
It just looks like there was a stairway down that they covered with stone.
Okay.
I'm gonna detect for physical traps.
Okay, roll me an investigation.
That's a 15.
All right. You don't believe you see any traps.
That's
Turn-
convincing.
Yeah. I'm going to turn back to look at Ben, think about it, shake her head, and turn back to Cillian and say, can you come and see if this is magicked?
Well, I've already been over here once, but yeah. And I walk back over.
And I'm pointing at the
If
cover.
if the tech magic is still going, which I believe it only goes for 10 minutes,
10 minutes.
I'm going to say you're getting on the tail end of it. You don't detect any.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to... Is the cover small enough for me to pop open?
No. I'm saying it was covered. Is it?
Oh, okay.
You push the rocks away. It takes a little bit of effort, but you unearth a stairwell going down.
What can I see?
Darkness.
Complete darkness?
I
Yeah,
would
the
like
stairs.
to attack the darkness.
Stair
Yeah, I'm
goes for a
attacking
certain distance. And it's dark.
Ben will. Wait, what time of day is it? That's an important question.
I'm going to say it's getting towards the evening.
We should camp up here. Go down in the morning.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
I'm going to kind of really look at Ben for a second and just kind of nod and say, I defer to you.
Where should we camp? And he just looks at Cillian. Where should we camp?
Well, do you mind if we stay in here? This is a pretty defensible position. I think we could set up here and be okay if you think it's safe.
I think that's about the time that Oliver decides to roll the bones.
Okay.
Specifically,
I was leaving it up to you for when
Yeah.
you wanted to.
specifically at that point, given that we have found like a direction to go, kind of like seeking some guidance from his ancestors as to whether or not this place that is so avoided would be safe for the
Yeah.
evening. So the D100 roll on that is a 26.
You, with a low roll like that, you don't see as many ancestors as you normally do, but those that you do see, you see spread out among the ruins. You see a couple of the spearmen up on the towers, that what remains the highest points looking out. You see a couple of the matron-like mothers concerned with where you are. They have a look of concern on their face. And that's about all you get.
What the fuck are you doing?
I reach in my coat and very similarly pull out my deck and
He's whipping his deck out, guys.
draw 3 cards. And I drew the monstrosity, the warlock, and the upside down paladin. Ben shakes with this chill down his spine, and maybe we camp outside the ruin.
I think that I agree.
Let us
It
cover
is-
this back up.
I'm going to place the rocks back kind of the way I found them. And then follow everybody else out.
How far away from are you going to camp?
I think perhaps within sight, but not too close. There is all wrongness. It's just not quite right. Everything seems to have avoided this place.
Except for him, and I gesture to the little pseudo dragon following us.
Yes, well,
Nate?
that one is odd.
That one's my fault.
So you find a good distance away that you feel comfortable, and you set up the dome. As night begins to fall, do you set up the dome?
So actually, as there's a lot of like rocky outcroppings here, Ben would take the time. I think I can give us a bit more defense, just to be sure. Hang on a sec. And he walks up to like a kind of a low cliff face, like a boulder or something, and he leans his hands into it and casts Fabricate, moving 10 square feet of the boulder out into a bit of a barricade, just kind of continuing the boulder shape over, much like you would with Meltstone. But because it's fabricated, it looks like smooth and worked and whatnot. But basically create space for the dome inside of a boulder to where we can get in and out and still see out very easily. And that way, when we're inside the boulder, I will cast the dome and make it the same color as the rock. So with slits so we can see in 360 degrees, and a defensible exit, basically converting this.
Okay, and how long does Fabricate work?
It takes 10 minutes, so it'll take me
Okay,
a while to do.
And so you have to do multiple castings.
No. I mean,
how many foot of material can you manipulate with
10 square feet, a 10-foot cube. So more than 10 square feet.
Okay.
So I'll take a boulder roughly that size, and I'll smooth it out and bring it out and make it the shape of the dome with an entrance and slits and things like that.
As you guys find a boulder, an area good enough to do this, as you start casting your Fabricate spell, which I'll move the party here. So we'll say that you found that bolt. The sun is beginning to go down. As you reach up and you see the ring of ebon on your hand as you go to cast the spell, you see the ring glows. And through no control of your own, expends a charge. And when it does, you shift from your view to the view of, you don't know, somewhere within these woods, you start seeing a darkness, a crackling, as these shadowy tendrils appear into the sky and almost tear open a rift in reality as this creature steps through. This dark, emaciated, sunken-eyed creature whose, as it steps through, its eyes begin to glow. Its mouth dropped in a jaw and just swinging open as it tears itself through this rift in space and time. And within a second, you guys notice that Ben's eyes are glowing and his ring is glowing, and you are back into your reality.
What are you doing, Boo?
Yeah, like
Something is out there. I will stop what I'm doing immediately. Did I get the Fabricate off, or no? Did that happen before?
You didn't even get to cast it.
Okay, I immediately start casting the dome outside of the boulder. Something is out there. Something is coming.
What are you talking about?
as Ben's warning, I'm going to search for hidden creature and take out my dagger. Like, just as far as I can see. Make sure there's nothing in the shadows around us.
So, from where you guys are, as you're... How long does it take to pop the dome open?
It takes 10 minutes.
Okay. From where you guys are, you see in the distance, over here, two glowing blue eyes as this creature appears from the darkness, just making that noise. as
I've
it
been-
comes out of the woods.
Abandon what I'm doing immediately and
And
take
you see another appear from this side over here.
Fuck.
And that is where we'll end today's episode.
Nice.
Oh.
Look how pretty that is.
That is-
Jesus.
Oh.
Yeah, that's sexy.
Yeah.
In a weird tentacle porn kind of way.
Gross. Gross.
that happened. Oh man.
Yikes.
So,
I've been waiting for us to come to an Arcadian ruin. I was like, God damn it. Okay, here we go.
all right. So, thank you all very much for joining us today for Breakfast and Dragons. Our next game will be on March 20th in 2 weeks, since this is a bi-weekly game. And those of you that have watched us do know that at the end of every episode, we do accolades where we'll point out certain things. So normally I go down the line and people, say they don't get to go first. So here's something funny. Let's roll off to see who goes first this time.
2.
13.
9.
19.
Ooh, 18. I was about to say, I think I'm still going first, but
Nope.
Trisha beat me.
All right, so it'll be Larissa, then it'll be my wife Trish, then Brandon.
Oh my gosh. Thanks for the spot. So there's a lot of things that happened that I was kind of like, yes, it's great. Like, Jacob's interaction with Larissa when she's talking to him about the dream. Oliver's interaction with the werebear. Hearth and Brandon's interaction. Just in general, he kept very true to his character inside the magic shop, like where he was like, we shouldn't have put ourselves here. If we knew we couldn't control it, we shouldn't have put ourselves here. And I thought that was awesome. And then I'm gonna give it actually to Ben because he could have just let us go into this Arcadian ruin, never mentioned it, just went through, but you allowed your character to be kind of vulnerable and role play it out.
I kind of like how everybody just like, okay, he's having his moment, let's just go.
I went back.
He's a crying chick at the party. Everybody don't pay attention.
No,
Well.
I like that he leaned into it, and then of course, like Derek's character, who's like, "Oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? What's this?" Like reminded me of like
What's this?
Jack.
What's this?
Yeah,
There's magic
reminded me of
everywhere.
Yeah, reminded me of Jack the Skeleton when he goes.
No, there wasn't any magic though.
I know, there
I
was
was checking.
magic, and that's why he was like, "Where's the magic?" But yeah, mine goes to Ben.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon.
So that's me. Oh, yeah, a lot of fun stuff today. But I think I'm just gonna have to give it to Oliver choking out a werebear.
Yeah.
It's just as far as the way that encounter could have gone. Just everybody having that. Oh boy, this is gonna be interesting. And then pulling your Hercules with the Nemean lion. Well, I can't cause any damage to its flesh. I'll just strangle it to death.
That was literally my only option. Like the moment, I didn't want to use the sword because I didn't want to accidentally kill this kid. Like the moment I had no means of producing magical damage in any way, shape, or form, like it was literally the only option that I had was to try something along those lines.
And now the party's made allies with a possible tribe of owlbear of like werebears.
Love it.
I would have loved if they were owl. It would have been funny if they were owl werebears.
I know.
Where owlbears? Yeah.
I don't know. Where are owlbears?
They're owlbears.
We're owlbears.
Why is his name Owl?
Mm.
You can call me out. Yeah, you can be my bodyguard. You can call me out there.
Call me out.
Oh, man.
I don't remember.
I believe Derek was
Uh,
next.
Yeah, I think it's Derek.
Yeah.
So my favorite part of the session was the showdown between Oliver and the werebear. But my favorite part of it was the reason that was my favorite part is because all of us found like some way to contribute to it. So like I love the jam session. I liked like Brandon blessing the ceremony or using the motivational speech. I thought that was a really cool place to use that spell.
Mhm.
And I also really liked that you not only gave it to Oliver, but you were also like honorable and gave it to the werebear. So my inspiration goes to Brandon this week.
Thank you.
Nice. Mine is going to go to Larissa. Your role play this week was just spot on. Even from the moment go today, waking up from the dream, and like the very, very real reaction you had to that moment and what you relived in that dream was impactful. So mine goes to you for that, for your interaction with Ben. You were on point today. So
Thank you. Maybe you can convince the DM to give me my dragon.
He's
Doubtful.
there.
He's there.
Yeah, he'll stab you.
you might have him whether you might have him whether you want him or not.
No, he's following me. It's like, hey.
So that was actually going to be mine. So as well, for just absolutely phenomenal, both player growth and character growth for Larissa. But since that is already taken, I'm going to lean back into Hearth. The interaction in the shop, and then instead of being confrontational with Ben about it after the fact, that unity, soothing, peaceful mentality just showed through beautifully there, and with the werebears. And just Hearth was on point today, and it was really a pleasure to be a part of.
Thank you.
Awesome. I've got to get my inspiration though throughout all of this of just Oliver being like rolling with the bear punches. Just I was like, oh, okay, so he's choosing a non-magical club. He's fallen exactly into the trap that I intended. This is not going to be good. And then figuring out a way to get out of it. I figured you would yield or something, but choking him out, that was an option, and I enjoyed it.
Thanks.
Really, just amazing
Yeah.
session, GM.
It's really great.
Thank you. You know me, I like my random encounters.
Yeah.
I loved that the owlbear came back in a different way. Like, it wasn't just, oh, you ran into an owlbear. It was like, you ran into an owlbear, and then this other thing happens because of it.
Yeah, super cool.
Yeah.
So I really liked that tie-in.
Yeah, I will always rescue an owlbear, y'all. I will always rescue an owlbear. That's just how I'm gonna die. So we work with it.
I like the well, I didn't give props to it, but the owl. I wish there was more. I wish the spell lasted longer, but more of the owlbear and the hamster ball.
Just push. It winds up rolling downhill off
Yeah.
a cliff.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like not just was he caged and trapped, he was very confused, flipping over in a hamster ball.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that was that was a okay. How do we not have to deal with now a free owlbear? Well, let's kick that can down the road a little bit.
Literally.
Literally.
So thank you all again for joining us this morning for Breakfast and Dragons. Next session again, March 20th. Tune in to our channel Tuesday for our charity one shot for Extra Life, and be sure to watch Gabriel tomorrow in his interview on Instagram.
Yeah.
Other than that, like I said, tune in next game, March 20th. Find out what these two creatures are.
Yeah, right. Thank you so much.
This party.
Thanks everybody for hanging out, and we do have several viewers going on right now, so if you'll hang out for just a minute longer, I'll find another channel for us to kick over and raid, and we'll continue sharing the love here a little bit today. So thank you all for joining us. Hope you all enjoyed it.
When you
Thank
raid
you.
over there, tell them the Forever DM sent you.
Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next time.